nights got cold. Heart full of pain, but my soul turned gold. They told me slow down, but I can't move slow. When you chasing destiny, you can't let it go. I had to dare to dream through the storm and rain, through the dark nights and the silent pain. Now every step feel like healing in me. Yeah. I had to dare to dream when the nights got cold. Heart full of pain, but my soul turned gold. They told me slow down, but I can't move slow. When you chasing destiny, you can't let it go. I had to dare to dream through the storm and rain, through the dark nights and the silent pain. Now every step feel like healing in me. Yeah. I had to dare to dream when the nights got cold. Heart full of pain, but my soul turned gold. They told me slow down, but I can't move slow. When you chasing destiny, you can't let it go. I had to dare to dream.
What's good, everybody? The topic of the day is none other than why do people keep talking about how much money they make? Because I remember back in the day when you were told to not speak on how much money you actually make. I remember a time when you wouldn't speak about what you have achieved, what you have accomplished, because once you speak on it, people sometimes will tear you down as if you're not worth the success that comes with it. And the first one is the first poll. Why do you think people talk about their income? Whenever y'all see this, whenever it pops up for you, so just let me know. Just let me know. So, this should be a good one. This should be a good one. Because there's a lot to talk about. There's a lot to talk about in this situation. So, we're going to go down a rabbit hole if need be. If need be. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. mm, 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 mm. Mm, 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 mm. Mm, mm. So this first video is going to be over a video that I didn't know was happening.
Waving hand sign welcome in aft from Spacity first message of the stream fire.
Alright, so the end of TikTok's most disturbing creator, Jazz. I remember this YouTube creator because back in the day when YouTube was popping from 2014 to 2017, she was one of them. Let me go ahead and subscribe to this channel, RKH Media. That's where I'm getting this video from. But be right back. 1 second.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came.
All right. Without further ado, let's get into the video. So I'm reading the comments. Somebody said Jazz started thinking she was King Von. Somebody said it sucks to see her change. Some people grew up watching her. Hopefully she ends up surrounding herself with people who actually care. Somebody said she used to be so funny and positive. Her energy is so dark now. Somebody says she messed up her hormones and now all out of whack. Somebody said, not gonna lie, I forgot about her because she was spiraling way too much that it was not entertaining. It was just sad to watch. So let's take a dive into this video. Let's take a dive, shall we? Let's take a dive. Let's get it.
Let's talk about Jazz. She's a content creator who has 3 million followers on TikTok, a YouTube channel with almost 4 million subscribers, and many other platforms under her control. She was in a relationship so genuinely loved by the internet that people are still talking about it in 2026, 5 years after it ended.
So come on. You know you fit the shirt. God. Seriously. You know, so I gotta put the bra on. Yeah, and you wanna. She really trying to make me put the bra on, y'all. Buddy, move your nails.
Okay, so to be honest with you, when I started going down this rabbit hole, I genuinely did not expect to feel the way I felt by the end of it, because I thought this was just another influencer beef where a girl goes off on her ex-friend, people react, everyone moves on in 2 weeks, you know how it goes. But this story is deeper. Much deeper. Jasmine Hood, also known as Jazz, Perfect Laughs and Lil Perfect, started out as a super relatable comedian, rapper, and motivational creator. She used to be one of the top creators on Vine, a short-form video hosting platform that was discontinued for several years but is now making a comeback. She was born on November 7th, 1996 in Little Rock, Arkansas, so she's 29 as of March 2026. She moved to Houston, Texas years ago and started growing her network. Jazz made it big on YouTube, and one of the major things that got her viewers hooked was her relationship with Tay Caldwell. They posted everything from heartwarming date nights and music videos to daily pranks and relationship advice.
You ready, baby? No. Baby! My hands are not stable for this. I'm strong with my legs, not my arms. All right, y'all. I feel like we actually gonna accomplish this one. Cause Tay just been tripping off.
Everything was perfect until the relationship ended in 2020, and Jazz started spiraling into a self-destructive cycle that would cost more than she could ever imagine. She got into multiple beefs with friends.
I'm keeping a buck. I'm keeping a buck, nigga. I've been covering ass for the last 3-4 years. I'm tired of that shit. Everything at the house under my name. So yes, I'm gonna feel a fucking weight reduction. Yes, nigga, yes, I am.
She made dramatic changes to her body, including a hysterectomy and top surgery, and basically went from a loving comedian to an aggressive bully within less than a decade.
Just mad about some shady ass shit, their life not going their way. They're probably put up with a bitch they're miserable with. Bitch probably getting fat as on them, fat ass round face, while I'm with some bad shit, body petite, body cheat. Niggas mad as fuck.
It was hard to watch. From beef after beef to crash out after crash out, Jazz single-handedly ruined her reputation.
Not your girl, bro. Stop playing with me, bro. Like, bro, you trying to play with my character right now. I don't even like you, bro. Then you my best friend, supposed to be my day one. You over...
And trust the internet to call you out when you're out of line. The same people who praised her for her authenticity started calling for her cancellation.
I'm gonna say it. Nobody else gonna say it, but I'm gonna say it. What the fuck going on with Jazz, bro? Nah, she don't mention her surgery. People mention it, but I feel like ever since she did the surgery, she's really more like...
It was always something with Jazz, and as I looked into her life, I traced the change in behavior to 2020. Stay tuned, because the tea is scalding. When Jazz broke up with Tay Caldwell, it came at a price. Tay moved to Houston to be with Jazz. They spent 3 years living together and had a joint YouTube channel with almost 4 million subscribers and millions of views. They posted couple vlogs, challenges, and shared content that gave their audience a sense of investment in their relationship. The love looked real, and their pranks always had their audience hooked.
You know what I'm saying? It's gonna come very soon. I'm gonna really be sad because I really need the room for my business. She just wants the room for the man cave. I'm like, you can get a small man cave. It's just you and the couch and the TV.
But something started to change mid-2020. The joint channel went quiet in July. No announcements, no explanation, just silence. We all know that unexplained silence from a relationship channel is a 5-alarm signal. Then in September 2020, they posted a video explaining why they stopped posting on YouTube. It was titled, Why We Quit YouTube.
Y'all been wondering where we been, you know what I'm saying? What we been doing, yada, yada, yada. Did we quit YouTube? Did this happen? Did that happen? So look, you know what I'm saying? Today, gang.
They said nothing was wrong with their relationship, and that they were just taking a break from posting while focusing on other engagements.
With July, we had a whole bunch of kids here. We filmed a whole bunch of YouTube videos. When they had left, we just decided, like, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna take a little small break. But you know what I'm saying? The break had just extended. You know what I'm saying? August came. There you go, baby.
You went to LA.
Oh, yeah, I went to LA. We went to LA.
No, we went to LA.
Jazz did most of the talking. She claimed their relationship was rock solid and promised to resume posting regularly. After the video went live, Jazz posted and pinned a comment that repeated the key points. Hope we cleared the air and you guys' questions and concerns. More bangers on the way. This was the video the entire time. Viewers expressed relief under the pinned comment, satisfied that everything was fine thanks to the reassuring video. Some were so confident that nothing would happen to the relationship. But in retrospect, some viewers noticed that the video felt off, and the vibe between Jazz and Tay was a bit different in the video compared to previous videos, almost like they were disconnected as lovers. One person said, "This video seems forced. This is when they must have started falling off." Another replied, "This is definitely forced. She said the whole 2020 they were disconnected. Maybe they were having cracks in the relationship, but were still trying to salvage it when they made that video. Or maybe it was a deliberate attempt to mislead their fans." Either way, the relationship crashed publicly shortly after. The couple posted 2 more videos together after that video, and that was the last time they posted on that channel. Months later, Jazz would make a video confirming the breakup and telling her side of the story. She admitted that they indeed broke up and claimed she made the video to correct some false narratives surrounding the split.
Clearing the air and update with me and kind of everything that's been going on, my relationship, etc. Yeah, I want to clear up some statements, some false accusations, some stuff that's been said that's not true, like people putting their own plot twists and stories together, and you know, some people running with this and saying this, and some people running with that saying that.
It made sense that Jazz released a video because so many people were speculating about what had actually happened between them. At one point, some fans thought the breakup was staged and just one big prank on their audience. Jazz made it clear that it wasn't a prank and things were indeed over for real.
The second thing I want to, like, you know what I'm saying, kind of clear up is the whole stage thing. Like, I seen somewhere where somebody, I don't know, man, somebody posted where me and Tay were staging a breakup. I am a content creator, you know what I'm saying, and I do stuff for entertainment purposes, but come on, bro. I don't know where people be getting stuff from, man. Like, I wouldn't put my emotions in that. I wouldn't put another person's emotions in that. I wouldn't put...
Jazz did her best to frame the breakup as mutually beneficial. She didn't try to shift the blame to Tay or accept any blame for any role she may have played in the split. The thing is, the internet is a funny place, and when you put your business out there, you can't control how people react. Everyone had a theory about what went down, and one of the most common stories we heard at the time was that the relationship ended because Jazz cheated on Tay. The narrative gained traction when someone from their neighborhood made a video with bold allegations against Jazz.
Jazz don't want to tell the truth behind the shit, you feel me, bro? And I don't like no ain't gonna tell the truth behind no shit. If I cheat on the I cheated on the just that.
In the video, she also pointed out some discrepancies in the timelines that Jazz and Tay provided for their breakup. You see, officially, Jazz and Tay broke up in December 2020, but the lady claimed she caught Jazz sneaking out of her ex-girlfriend's house in October.
This bitch, her timeline is so let the bitch tell it, her and mom left each other alone around December and Tay, because this real and just say, hey, it's over. Alright, well in October, I caught this scary ass bitch tiptoeing out of motherfucking Mimi house. Let me show y'all how this bitch was tiptoeing. This is exactly how she was. Maria must have told her that, hey, my crazy ass ex outside, man, she gonna beat your ass cause God. And if I hadn't been drunk, Jasmine, I would've served you. On my mama's soul, I would've served you. But let me show y'all how this bitch was tiptoeing out my motherfucking house. Look, watch this. She was like this.
There was no actual evidence to support the claim that Jazz was cheating. However, Tay's reaction to the breakup announcement raised further suspicion about the issue. Tay said Jazz was not acting like her normal self throughout 2020. She talked about how she spent months trying to reach Jazz, trying to motivate her, pointing her toward the camera and her content, but nothing was landing.
I like seeing her at her best. That's when I fell in love with her. And y'all, I'm getting emotional. I told her, like, pick up the camera. If you don't want me in it, cool. I told her to do all this stuff because I seen that.
Tay's emotional response broke the internet. When she didn't confirm the cheating rumors, people saw that she was obviously hurt and felt neglected for a long time. The comments were flooded with concerned viewers who sympathized with her. They should have gotten married. You can't replace people too. I didn't think that Jazz understands that, to be honest. I think the whole time they grew, but their mindset's only not the love. Pride ain't none when it comes to the matters of the heart. I don't care nobody ever loved Jazz as much as Tay did. Shawty ain't been the same since, and it breaks my heart. I hope she finds someone for her. The whole ordeal was emotional, but both ladies eventually went on to create new kinds of content as individuals. It was a turning point for Jazz that would eventually plant seeds of identity crisis and so many other controversies. She eventually started dating Crystal, but the relationship didn't have the same vibe or audience as her previous relationship with Tay. It seemed like everyone was comparing the two relationships, as fans struggled to let go of the Jazz and Tay ship. Hope about reconciliation persisted for years. Then in late 2023, roughly 3 years after the breakup, the pair reunited in a series of wholesome, low-key moments that went viral. This reunion link-up wasn't a full romantic comeback, but a positive, friendship-focused reconnection. They made a TikTok together that captured the duo hanging out casually, laughing, vibing, and filming content together. On December 3rd, 2023, Tay posted a short, hilarious TikTok on her account with the caption, "Welp, here we go." In the 8-second clip, Tay was nervously approaching or reacting to Jazz, with playful banter and fight-up moments that felt like old times. The video got over 3.6 million views, 538,000 likes, and over 1,000 comments. Fans ate up the reunion and hoped it was a signal for a permanent reconciliation. The thing is, Jazz had broken up with Crystal, her girlfriend, after Tay just a few months before the link-up, so speculations ran wild. Did Jazz leave Crystal because he couldn't get over Tay? Did she finally gather the courage to go back to Tay? Viewers reached out to Crystal and asked how she felt about the reunion. Crystal said she didn't really care that Jazz and Tay had linked up, but she was kind of surprised, since Jazz had always given her the impression she would never talk to Tay again.
How do you genuinely feel about Jazz wanting to link with Tay?
Genuinely, I honestly don't care, because it's like, we broken up, and it's like I said in the live that got reposted, I'm not even surprised that happened, honestly, because it's like, the only thing that was possibly stopping them was me, her being in a relationship with me. But it's like, I don't know, like, that shit is what it is. Like, a bitch be a nigga, stop for,
After the two failed public relationships, something changed in Jazz. While she kept posting regularly, the type of content she created shifted significantly. She went from being a prankster to being a bully. She became more aggressive and started getting into feuds with other influencers, including former members of her own crew. Her most recent beef was with Rod. So Rod used to be a member of Jazz's Family Over Everything group, popularly known as FOE. Rod came into Jazz's circle after another member named Flo exited the group sometime in the 2021 to 2023 window. And when Rod came in, he didn't come in as a guest or a feature. He came in as someone who was trusted. He was deeply involved in Jazz's life, not just her content calendar. In FOE, that kind of access meant something. You didn't get close to Jazz's world unless she decided you were worth the investment. And by all accounts, Rod was worth it, or so it looked. He hit the FOE energy without forcing it. That's the thing about this friendship that makes the fallout hit differently than the other FOE exits. With some of the people who left Jazz's circle, you can trace the friction back. You can find the moment in old content where the energy shifted, where someone stopped showing up the same way, where the seams started to show. With Rod, there isn't a clear scene like that. The content stays warm right up until there's no content at all. He simply got up one day and left. It seemed like he just moved on to other things, and he didn't lay any allegations on Jazz. Then in early 2026, Jazz went on livestream and said her supporters are telling her that Rod leaked her address online. That's where this whole thing starts. While I couldn't find the original clip where Jazz made the accusations, I did find Rod's response.
Look, I seen a nigga say, I leaked the love. What the fuck do I look like leaking the love? I don't give a fuck about y'all niggas. I don't talk about y'all niggas. I don't even be around y'all niggas. Like, that shit don't even make sense. Niggas is too old to be letting the chat full of little kids rage bait their ass.
Jazz was understandably upset when she thought Rod leaked her home address, but she didn't react properly. First off, she had no proof that it was Rod. People in the comments section were quick to point out that Jazz and the rest of the crew had a habit of posting outside their building, making it easy for anyone to figure out their location. Anybody can find that address. They literally show the front of the house and neighborhood all the time. So how is she sure it was Rod? To make matters worse, Jazz body-shamed Rod's girlfriend, calling her all sorts of names.
Is mad about some shady ass shit, their life not going their way. They'll probably put up with a bitch they're miserable with. Bitch probably getting fat as fuck on them. Fat ass round face. While I'm with some bad shit. Body petite, body cheap. Niggas mad as fuck. I'm sorry your life is not working out the way you want, sir. But maybe you should try harder, get you a better bitch.
The girlfriend didn't do anything, and she wasn't part of the beef. Bringing her into it, going after her appearance specifically, is where Jazz crossed a line that her supporters struggled to defend. It wasn't a feminist thing to do, and it led to a lot of backlash with comments like, oh, why every time somebody gets talked about, they gotta talk about the girlfriend and start body shaming a girlfriend. I feel like everybody needs to stop talking about people being fat, because I'm pretty sure if y'all pull over our grandmas and your mamas, we all seem precious or big mama either one of those. What is her issue with women that are not petite? I remember her telling Crystal she's happy she won't get fat after her son. It's cool to have a preference, but don't down the necks to get your point across, because she used to be bigger. Now she's smoked out and don't eat. Viewers weren't the only ones who came for Jazz. Rod's girlfriend, Jamin Shakira, wasn't about to sit back and let those strays hit her without retaliation. She went on live and called Jazz out for body shaming her, a 21-year-old, when she's almost 30.
I don't even know you. And I didn't know she knew you. And you have so much to say about me because of something you and Rod got going on. That ain't got shit to do with me. How could you even be going, you can be 30. You 2 years from 30. 1.5 from 30. You finna be 30. You finna be 30. And he didn't even do that. He didn't even do that though. You're finna be 30. And you're speaking on the body of a 21-year-old who had a child at that. A whole child.
Artlist Studio is here, and it has controls built with video creators in mind, so you can intuitively direct any dream production, like you're actually on set. And with Artlist AI Pro plans, you get 50,000 free AI credits. I can create characters that will fit the world.
She didn't stop there. She went after Jazz's finances and relationships, and trust me, she did not hold back.
Let's compare bank accounts. Let's actually put your bank account on top of your bitch bank account, and then your other bitches you got after that. And let's just compare with mine. Let's compare that. Let's compare bank accounts.
Things only escalated from here because Rod also came for Jazz. He said some things that really struck a nerve with Jazz.
This, that, and the third. Talk about my girl. First off, leave my girl out of this. Y'all niggas old as hell talking to fucking kids my age, girls my age. Like, what the fuck? Nigga, my girl bad as fuck. She got her own shit going on. Nigga, you not finna get on the internet and talk about my girl like that's dead. You feel me? You can talk about some other shit. Like, niggas talking about leaking lows. I don't give a fuck to do that. I don't even talk to y'all. Like, stop. Just stop the shit. Stop talking about me. Stop talking about my girl. Stop talking about my family. I don't give a fuck about niggas, bro. Like,
the comment about her age really got to her, and she replied with another video. In the reply, Jazz didn't just sound angry, but also sounded emotional. It was almost as if she was trying to play the victim, even though she was the one who took the beef personally by involving Rod's girlfriend.
What do me almost being 30? 1996, nigga. Real 90s, baby. I love it. What the fuck? Like, are you supposed to be making me mad by saying that, nigga? Like, I don't know the day I...
She didn't get any sympathy from her viewers. In fact, most people agreed with Rod about Jazz being too old for the kind of internet beef she was getting into. Some also pointed out that Jazz had a habit of dating much younger women, and that's why she would think Rod's girlfriend isn't petite enough, with comments like, whole time Jazz with some bad petite teenagers. She definitely likes young girls, like calm down King Von, get a grown woman first. Ain't no grown woman gonna take us serious. Others pointed out that Jazz had changed dramatically since her breakup with Tay. It was starting to look like she was always angry, cursing and picking fights with everyone. The comments that stood out the most blamed her situation on hormonal changes. Jazz been so bitter and very irritable for the past few years, and I hate her for that. She just had a hysterectomy, so she's gonna be irritable, especially because she's essentially going through menopause. She probably depressed. That's them testosterone pills she's taking probably. A hysterectomy is a surgery to remove the uterus, and Jazz did it because she prefers the masculine look and didn't want her period anymore. Now some people might experience mood changes post-surgery, like feeling more irritable or aggressive. But here's the thing, it's not the surgery itself causing aggression. It's more likely due to hormonal shifts, like a drop in estrogen levels. And Jazz didn't just have the surgery, she's also taking testosterone, which would only fuel the aggressive behavior more.
Wow.
So yes, we can't rule out the possible role of hormonal changes in her recent aggressive behavior. The thing is, her surgery is a sensitive topic, and hearing people talk about it, especially those who used it as banter during her beef with Rod, pissed her off. Jazz pushed back and made the point that her chest surgery has nothing to do with Rod leaking her address.
Why are we bringing up the fact that I had surgery on my chest? What the fuck do that gotta do with what you're reacting to. What do that have to do with the clip?
That's an extreme escalation over a comment she saw in a live chat. These chats exist to bait creators into reactions. And Jazz, someone who's been doing this long enough to know better, took the bait and ran with it. Here's what makes this situation more than just beef and why Jazz got so pissed. Rod was the match. The fire had been building for a while. Think about the FOE pattern. You see, Jazz formed FOEs, an informal but tight collective of creators who collaborated on pranks, vlogs, challenges, and motivational content. The group included members like Jordan Lacey, Loaded J, Flo and Karina, Rod, and others who appeared in joint videos and house content. FOE operated like a content house or crew, similar to other influencer groups, but with a strong emphasis on mutual upliftment. Jazz finds people. She invests in them, builds with them, brings them into her world, and gives them a platform. And then, one by one, they decide they've gotten enough from the circle to go do their own thing. They leave without any gratitude. During the beef, Rod said he didn't get famous because of FOE because he already had a platform.
Oh, I put a nigga on, I did it. Ain't nobody put me on, nigga. I got this shit out the mud by myself, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
While it's true that Rod had an online presence before he joined the group, saying they did nothing for him was just ungrateful, and it only pissed Jazz off. She was left holding the structure she built with fewer...
So look. I'm going to say this. That is why I'm glad I don't want to join a group. I will want to build on myself. I want to build on myself. I want to build my own platform by myself.
people in it each time. The worst part is that their exits are always followed by some sort of beef with Jazz, and with more crash outs came more speculation about Jazz's mental health and whispers of a possible identity crisis. Now there's a reason words like these have been circulating, and with Jazz's recent actions, these labels are starting to stick. If you've been following Jazz for a while, you've probably noticed it yourself. That quiet, uncomfortable sense that something has shifted. During her first few years on Vine and then YouTube, she was loose, funny, and cheerful. She always had rough edges, no doubt, but the edges were proportional. She'd clap back when provoked and move on. Her focus was primarily on providing funny content for her viewers and growing her page. But the new version of Jazz in 2026 is more confrontational. Her content is more radical, and without an anchor like Tay, fans are concerned that Jazz may be struggling. There have been multiple videos of fans begging Jazz to return to her perfect laugh era.
I'm not even gonna hold you. I feel like Jazz needs to refer back to Perfect Laughs. The reason why I say that is because ever since people start calling her like Lil Jazz, Jazz, all this type of shit, like, I don't know, it just changed like ever since the her and Tay. And I'm not saying that Tay and her need to get back together. That's a hell no.
This fan noted that Jazz may be making more money and building a larger audience with her new Lil Perfect persona, but her aggressive content style just isn't cutting it for those who knew her during her humble beginnings. She also noted that those who join her FOE group do so out of self-interest, not love, and they may not be the best fit for her.
Yeah, she went up like money-wise and content-wise and got bigger, like a bigger lifestyle and shit like that, but I just feel like everything behind that just went into shambles. Like, her starting the FOE shit, like, it's not working out because everybody want to do their own shit, but they want to use Jazz to come up, and even though Jazz is, like, you know, willing to help them, like, they want to start doing their own shit once they get on, and Jazz not fucking with that because that's not how we started. That's not what we said we were going to do.
Many in the comments section agreed that the group was pulling her back creatively instead of helping her grow. There were comments like, the problem wasn't people not wanting to work. The group doesn't have any direction. The internet has grown out of pranks, but she definitely has changed, and I hate that for her. She was going up doing collabs, etc. No more big videos, everything at home in the car. At some point, Jazz herself admitted that the whole group living thing was draining her, and that she was moving out of the house.
I'm keeping a buck. I'm keeping a buck, nigga. I've been covering ass for the last 3-4 years, nigga. I'm tired of that shit. Everything at the house under my name, nigga. So, nigga, yes, nigga, I'm gonna feel a fucking weight reduction, nigga. Yes. Yes, nigga, yes. Yes, nigga, yes, I am, nigga. I've been holding and molding so many niggas these years, nigga. Yes, nigga, I am. Yes, nigga, I'm tired of that shit. Yes, I want a new change.
The crash out was valid considering how much effort she put into helping others and how little she got in return. The comment section was divided. Some people sympathized with her and supported her decision to move out, while others said she just didn't have the leadership skills required to pull off such an arrangement successfully. Everyone is not a leader. No matter who you are to make people fall in line, I had to learn that you gotta have a certain type of aura you can either motivate or bring moochers. She's fighting demons, man. It's so sad, the spirit of anger. She needs a break for and time to herself. While people were still complaining about her association with FOE, Jazz released a video announcing she was going to undergo top surgery.
Tomorrow I get surgery, bro. My surgery is at 11 a.m. Cha-cha's finna be gone. I barely even got some, so it really ain't gonna be no difference from what y'all already seeing right now, bro.
Fans who followed Jazz for years noticed that she went from a more femme-adjacent stud presentation to something more stripped back, more masculine, and more intentional about a certain kind of hardness. The top surgery is the most visible physical marker of that shift, but somehow it still generated controversy online. Jess is always identified as female. She calls herself a stud and has spent years as a stud. In fact, she takes offense when people call her a man.
But every day, I get called a little boy. I get called a he though, I ain't gonna lie. When I'm out front, I'm ordering all them old ass people. No, where I went to the store spot the other day. She said, baby, I'm not trying to be rude, baby.
Even after she had top surgery, she didn't change her pronouns, but the audience started wondering whether the surgery meant Jazz was transitioning from female to male. This seems like a soft launch into her transitionism. Kusui, mental health is not just a trend. Hey, her body, her choice though, right? Keep in mind that the top surgery came after Jazz already announced that she had a hysterectomy, and while recovering from the top surgery, she said it was nothing compared to what she went through during the hysterectomy.
But don't nothing get as serious as a hysterectomy. That's why I've been telling all my friends, like I already had the most serious surgery out of all time I could have, bro. Which is getting the uterus taken out. This ain't nothing but 2 titties. And I had 2 little small titties, 2 little coconuts.
Now, I'm not here to comment on what Jazz is doing with her body, but Jazz been in the public eye for well over a decade, so everyone has an opinion about what's happening in her personal and professional life. Her audience was split into 2 groups. One group wondered why she takes offense when people refer to her as a man, and another group believed she can look and identify how she wants. You want to portray yourself in a masculine way, down to the appearance, mannerisms, but upset because people call you he? That's like if a man wears a dress and skirts and wigs and gets mad someone calls him a she. So do you call all studs he? Because being masked doesn't mean you're a man, nor does it mean you're transitioning. Y'all are just ignorant. There are also people who believe Jazz actually wants to be a man because they can't make sense of her choices. One person said, she likes that. She wants to be a man. Truly don't understand why she doesn't just go all the way. Why stop at the top surgery? She lost the plot a long time ago. Just transition all the way. You're mentally already there. Whether she's having a mental health crisis or she's fully in control of her decisions and actions, one thing's clear. A lot of people don't like this new Jazz, and they're hoping she'll go back to posting pranks and funny videos. If Jazz continues to bully, body shame, and fight with everyone, she's gonna lose her platform permanently. For now, she still has over 3 million followers on TikTok and is actively posting on all her socials, unlike our next influencer, who left the internet in shame after ruining their career.
I asked more than 1,200 Americans aged 70 and older this question. What are the most important lessons you've learned over the course of your life? Their answers may change your life.
America has become complete.
Alright, cool. Alright, now, this next topic is about the average person is running out of money faster than ever. Faster than ever. So let me look at this real quick. I don't see why people don't keep what they make private. I don't know why people ain't doing that no more. Cause I am never gonna share. I would never share what I actually make. That's dumb. That is dumb. I say. That is dumb.
Waving hand sign welcome in Jamie.x5 first message of the stream fire.
What's good with you? I'm about to be back working soon. Don't even trip. I won't be streaming as much as I have been. Because I'll be back working outside. So let me see real quick. I gotta change some things real quick. I just been laying in the bed. All right. So, did I put the? Okay, I put it. Yeah, I put it in here. Let's get to it. The average person is running out of money faster than ever. Let's see.
completely unaffordable, and I don't know why people aren't talking about it. Half of America doesn't even have a savings, rent is insane, healthcare is a luxury, and somehow the narrative...
That's what I need to figure out. Why does majority of the world not have a savings account? Why does majority of the world not have a savings account? Only a checking. Only a checking. Like, trying to get a better understanding on why that's the case.
America has become completely unaffordable, and I don't know why people aren't talking about it. Half of America doesn't even have a savings, rent isn't...
Half of America does not have a savings account. The people who come in and out of this stream, how many of y'all have a savings account? Because I have saving accounts. Each account I have savings accounts, I have investment accounts, and when I put money in savings, I don't touch it. My goal is to put 6 months worth in savings. That's my goal. 6 months worth.
insane, healthcare is a luxury, and somehow the narrative is just that people are bad with money. People are working full time, and most people even have 2 to 3 jobs because they have to. At what point do we stop blaming the people?
See, look. I'm an entrepreneur. I have a plethora of ways I make money. The ways I make things happen. Things I make shake. So, I don't be understanding. Yes. In reality, majority of the world is bad with money. Majority. There's a small percentage that aren't bad with money who budget correctly and budget how they should. Go by the sales, go by the coupons, discounts.
People and just accept the fact that the cost of living has outpaced reality. Because everything is so expensive, you simply have to know exactly where your money is going. Like, budgeting is simply a necessity now. You have to have one. Started using a budgeting app called Mine just to figure out where my money is going, but that does not make up for the fact that America is too expensive to live in. If you are struggling too, you are not alone.
Like when you get in money?
Well, here's the thing. When people make 6 figures, they want to spend 6 figures. When people make more, people want to spend more. A lot of the people don't want to. They want the next best thing. They want the next new iPhone, the next Samsung Galaxy, the next AirPods, the newest vehicle, Mercedes, BMW, Rolls Royce, Range Rover, a Chevrolet Z06, Chevrolet Corvette Z06. It's like people want these things, but That's crazy. Oh shoot. Hopefully I see some of y'all in Tennessee. Hopefully I meet some of the people who watch me. If you do watch me, that'd be cool. I'm not gonna tell you where I'm gonna be going. I'm not gonna tell you the reasons why I'll be going to Tennessee with my wife, with the friend group that I'm in. I don't have cameras out. I don't live stream the experience I have with, cause you know what I'm saying. So let's see.
You still fucking feel broke. Like, I feel broke as shit, boy. Like, I'm getting a paycheck every fucking week, and I still feel broke as shit, boy. I feel broke as shit. A 1K ain't enough. A fucking 10K ain't enough, bitch. Where is the 500,000?
Bro, if y'all look, how is 10K not enough? 10K is more than enough. If somebody making 10K a month, they can live off that in a month. Don't go to the high end. That's where y'all mess up at. Get the Sam's Club membership, Costco membership. Save your money. Don't purchase the newest brand. Get under there. Go to the farmer's market, Trader Joe's.
Where's the 100,000? Because at this point, I feel like I'm at $10. When you getting fucking money, you realize the fucking 4 digits ain't shit. Damn.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you...
Them triple digits ain't shit, bro. Damn.
That's crazy.
Not the fucking triple digits, like, bitch.
The average person in America is running out of money, and a lot of people are tapping into their emergency funds. Now, for the people who don't have emergency funds, they're realizing that they should have prepared way sooner. And it's always good to prepare when things are going good, when the economy is booming, because you never know. It just takes one downturn before your money's just depleted. And not only from an economic standpoint, but also from like healthcare. Maybe you have a trip to the emergency room. That's going to be a few $1,000s, even with insurance. People just don't have that money. And people who are already living paycheck to paycheck, they have to take out significant debt. Everyone is just running out of money. A lot of people have car loans. They're using interest-free payments to pay off for the electronics. And it's just crazy how much money just people don't have these days. But yet they're spending like they do have it. And I think we've come to normalize that being broke and struggling is normal these days, which is honestly pretty dangerous because this is not really how the economy should be. It's not how life should be. People should have meaningful savings and not living paycheck to paycheck while working a 9-to-5 job with a college degree. Let me know in the comments down below what you think and take a look at the rest of these clips.
Here's the real question. If millions of families are going into debt just to eat, What does that say about the true health of the U.S. economy? A new survey shows that about a quarter of Americans are using buy now, pay later apps like Klarna, Affirm, and Afterpay.
Look, I don't use Klarna, Afterpay. I don't know. No. I like to pay stuff off. I don't like to. No.
Just to buy groceries. We are not talking about sneakers and vacations. We're talking about milk, eggs, and pasta on a payment plan. And that number is climbing fast, which means more and more people literally can't afford food up front anymore. Let's be honest. Wall Street might look fine, but Main Street is starving. Call me crazy, but I would love to live in a society where moms don't have to worry about feeding their children, where dads don't have to work 10 jobs to make sure that Eggos can go in the toaster in the morning. That would be my ideal society, but I know I'm a little crazy.
Half of America doesn't even have $1,000 saved in their savings account, which is wild, but y'all are going out to the bars, getting drinks, ordering Uber Eats when you don't even have anything in your savings account, taking full-on trips, but you have no money saved up, going to the mall, and you have no money saved up. And I don't understand how so many people are okay with not having a savings account at all. If I didn't have my savings account, I would not be okay. Like, what if something bad happened and you have no savings? So if you have no savings, like no savings at all, just start with $1,000. In 2 months, that's like $16 a day. That's a drink at the bar. Having a budget and having some savings just makes you feel so secure. Like 6 months ago, I did not have a saving. I did not have a budget. And I started making one with mine, and it has made my life so much easier. I've already saved $3,000. You guys can do it. I promise you.
I just seen a tweet by a grown man saying, did I just go broke buying playoff Ravens tickets? And he showed his account. It was $580 for the tickets or whatever, and he had $27 in his bank account. Listen, as a grown man, please take your finances seriously. Coming from somebody who has touched a lot of money in the early 20s, fucked up a lot of money, taking some risks, and then makes a lot of money again, please take your finances seriously, especially as a grown man. Financial stress damn near can kill you. It can literally shave off years of your life. There are statistics around how a lot of people couldn't endure a $1,000 emergency. Think about how many people don't have 4 figures in their bank account. That is just $1,000. It's literally so many, and it's sad. For any young man out there, please try to stack your first $5,000. Try to be able to put away $10,000 in an emergency fund that you don't touch and live below your means. Living paycheck to paycheck, for some, is unavoidable due to circumstances, but for many people, you can actually take 2 to 3 years of your life in your 20s and appropriately save and maximize your earning potential and live below your means, and you'll be ahead of 85 to 90% of the men on the planet. It is definitely not a flex to show your account and you have $27 to your name. That's 2 to 3 Chipotle bowls and a bag of chips. Let that sink in.
America is literally built on a system where being poor is more expensive. And nobody talks about how backwards it is when you're struggling, everything costs more. The bill you couldn't afford, well, now you owe more. Missed a payment because you're trying to juggle rent and groceries? Well, now your credit is down and you owe us more money. And into overdraft by $1, well, now you owe us $50. Like, this system punishes us for already being behind. But everyone just says, work harder and budget more. I have 3 jobs. How are we supposed to get ahead when you just fall a little bit behind? The system just pushes you back further and further. Everything is insane right now. Rent is at an all-time high. Groceries are so expensive. I just don't understand how we're supposed to get ahead. Don't get me wrong, budgeting does help, and I literally have to use mine to know where any of my money is to make up for the fact that the system is designed to fail us. You shouldn't need to have 3 different jobs just to get by. If you're struggling right now, you are not alone.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Where vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. Alright, let me try to make up a site to sell some like theoretical kombucha. Make me a site about kombucha. Make it look nice and pretty and highlight.
Wait 1 second. I'll be right back.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe.
They should have been learning about financial literacy, because I learned about financial literacy when I was in elementary school learning financial literacy. Because I'm confused. I went to Sullivan University and I learned financial literacy. So when I went to Sullivan University, because I have degrees in business, so I know how to make a business. I helped a black woman the black woman with starting a business, because I got 20 plus years of school in my life, which all of my life is me being in school. So growing up, I was in laboratory schools. I was in like different programs in Grambling University as a kid. So I am confused with what is going on. So yeah. So let's get to it. Average person might not be seeing what y'all saying because I'm doing something on my phone right now. So
How are we surviving? Like, how are we financially surviving? Like, if it's not one thing, it's another. If I have so much money and I am paying my bills, it's always something that comes up, whether it's my car or my kids need something for school or for sports. And we don't make terrible money. Like, I make decent money. Like, I shouldn't be struggling. We should not be struggling as bad as we are. And I know that it's not just me. Like, it's all of us. And I don't get it. Like,
don't put me in the all of us. Don't put me in the all of us. Don't put me in. See, look. Let me bring it to my face. See, look. I have worked too hard to get to where I am in life. I've worked too hard to get to where I am in life. I don't ever put myself in those type of predicaments where people are saying, how are we financially surviving? Don't put me in, I'm not in the we. I'm not in the we. Because I am waiting on funds. Like, since I've been out of work, since I've been out of doing what I do to make money, November, December, January, February, March, that's 5 months. That's 5 months that I'm supposed to be getting paid back. That's a lot of money that I'm supposed to be getting paid back. And through the settlement I'm getting, it's enough to get me into something to make it. So I gotta double down on what I do to make my funds. So I gotta go harder to get back what I was owed. So I might need to get another contract just to make up for the money I lost out on. So I'm just saying. Well, let's go back. Let's go back.
What do we have to do to not feel stressed out all the time over a bill, or having to pick if we're going to eat that night or if our lights are going to be on? Like, I know I've said this before in my videos, but like, what do you pick? I don't know what to do.
Someone who is running out of money because the cost of living has skyrocketed. It's skyrocketing every single year. Some of the things you probably have to do is increase your income, because there's only so much extreme budgeting that we can do before we need to increase the other end, which is income. So something you could do is downsizing. Downsizing would just go around the house, take things you don't need, and sell it on a used marketplace like Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace for some extra income. You can put that to your savings. But the more common thing these days is taking a second job. And this is unfortunate that people have to do that, but people are taking second jobs or some side hustles, and they're working 7 days a week just to get ahead.
I've been asked, why I care so much about politics, how I care so much about governance and America's soul. And the answer, honestly, is duh. But that doesn't really serve me in that conversation. I've found the most traction that I've ever gained in those exchanges is when I talk about money. When people realize that they're paying for all of this, the tone kind of changes. Any one of us can look back at, a time when a few extra bucks would have meant the world to us. That realization is what gets the wheels turning in my experience. Then we're able to have conversations about the military-industrial complex. We can talk about healthcare and the wage gap and why the richest nation in the world doesn't have high-speed rail systems. We can even talk about systemic racism, and it becomes a subject that actually garners their undivided attention. It's improbable to appeal to someone's emotions when their brains are fried by this false sense of comfort that, this dopamine trap of a nation provides. The most effective way that I've found to pierce that veil is by showing them that they're paying a subscription fee pretty much for their own oppression. Every single aspect of our lives, from the brand of cereal we eat in the morning to the borders of our municipality, all feed the very system that has kept us from owning a home or starting a business, starting a family, paying medical bills, paying for kids' school. Every single thing you do is owned and proliferated by a system that wants you financially enslaved and mentally, emotionally zombified. When you realize that you're paying for that experience, 9 times out of 10, you start talking like Karl Marx and you don't even realize it.
Americans are so broke and they don't even realize it. I always get Americans tell me, oh, but people in Mexico only make $20 a day. You can get a full meal here for $2. The metro in Mexico City costs 5 pesos, which is like 25 cents. I can go to the market right now and buy 3 kilos of mangoes for like $2. Yeah, people make less money here, but the cost of living is also lower. Americans think that everywhere is like the US. Now, check this out. Let's say you live in the US and you make $3,500 a month after taxes. I'm being generous. Rent, $2,000. Car payment, $500. Car insurance, $200. Health insurance, $200. Phone bill, $100. Wi-Fi bill, $50. Light bill, $150. Water bill, $100. What's the point of making more money if you don't get to keep any of it? Who cares if you make $4,000 a month if you don't get to keep any of it? 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, and that includes half of 6-figure earners. 80% of you guys are in debt and don't own anything, and half of you guys don't even have $500 in your savings account. But let's call other countries poor and let's call other people poor. Living paycheck to paycheck your whole life and being in debt your whole life should be considered poverty, but it's not. And I know this is going to hurt a lot of Americans, but it's the truth. The US system wants you to spend every waking moment of your life working and paying into a system that will never benefit you. Slaving away your whole life just to be retired for a measly 10 years. At least here in Mexico, we own our things. We own our houses. We own our cars. We're not in debt. But anyways, that's a story for another day. Let me know what you guys think.
When it comes to pet health coverage, we know that one size or one plan doesn't fit all. Now with Nationwide, you can mix and match from 3 areas of coverage: accident, illness, and wellness. So you can build a plan that makes sense for you and your pet.
You know what I want to talk about? We as Americans are soft as fuck. These companies are having a field day with us because they're increasing prices by the fucking day. Every time you look up, it's a surcharge for this. Gas prices going up, groceries going up.
Oh, flights are going up now. No more free check bags. Check bag prices have increased $10. Now you need a subscription for your Gmail account. Now you need subscriptions for card features that you are the same car that you've been driving. Now you need to pay fucking features for it. We are losing as a society. We're not fighting for anything. I don't know if it's because Americans are distracted by dumb shit, but like these companies are really having a field day, and we just going for it.
Hey, so I'm tired of struggling and I really need you guys to tell me how you're doing it. How are you affording to survive right now? Because I'm 33, I've been in my industry for 13 years, and I have multiple incomes in my house. My husband is a first responder, works as much as he possibly can, picks up overtime whenever he can. He physically can't work any more than he does. I work whenever people are available, day, night, weekends, whenever. And outside of the salon, I've started making hair extensions for my clients, so that takes up all of my time. And on top of that, I'm going to see if I can find another job, additional income on top of all of that, because we're barely making ends meet. We don't have a bunch of payments. We don't have a bunch of crazy bills. Literally just the bare minimum. We are barely getting by. House payment, utilities, internet, a car payment. My car's been paid off for 6 years, so we have my husband's truck payment, but like all of that is what most Americans are paying for. As a business owner, we are almost getting priced out of being able to provide our clients affordable services because the products are getting so outrageously expensive. I spend so much time trying to find literally anything cheaper, business related or personal items. You know, is it cheaper to get it from this place than this place? Like literally anything to make life a little bit more affordable. We're exhausted. And I know that everybody else is too. It's just like, what do we do? What the hell do we do? It's so frustrating working your ass off and then not even being able to have like play money or the ability to go out and do other things that you want to do, things that aren't really expensive, but just a part of life, going out on dates, going out to eat. You know, it's just not fair to me. And we don't qualify for any type of assistance because on paper, according to the government, we should be able to afford to live. But it's just like, I want to know who's deciding all of this shit, because why the fuck is it so hard? We really don't know what else to do. So I would love some tips and opinions on what you guys are doing and how you're getting by, because I'm out of ideas.
As Americans, I'm starting to realize there's not much time in the day. I just completed day 2 of 75 hard, and I just had to squeeze in 2 workouts and read 10 pages in a short window. And I know some people will say you need to manage your time better. That's easy to say if you don't have to be physically present somewhere for your work. I'm in logistics and management.
Hey, look, if y'all wanted to take that risk, you know, I'm an entrepreneur. I've been like, so let me just show my face real quick. Let me just show my face. Let me bring it here. So like, there's a reason why I am an entrepreneur. I was working the 9 to 5 and doing my side hustles. And then it was coming to a point to where my side hustles were matching what I was making in my 9 to 5. And when I was working the 9 to 5, they would tell me that I shouldn't be working a 9 to 5. Like, I would show my proof when I would be working that 9 to 5 on how much I'm making through DoorDash, through all my other avenues of how I make money. And there would be people who would tell me that you shouldn't be here. I'm like, why would y'all tell me not to come here? Those are the same people who told me to get degrees. But then, when I got these degrees, they then tell me I'm overqualified. That made no type of sense. And that's when I was talking about being a medical courier. Before I left the job I was working last year, that one coworker told me, they said, what makes you think that being a medical courier is going to work for you? Being a medical courier worked so much to the point, to the number of contracts I have, that I'm able to work them at my own time. That's the best part about working for yourself. Because I've been in this house since October 27. I've been here November, December, January, February, March. 6 months. I'm not even going to add up how much money I'm supposed to be owed, that I got to work double time to get back what I didn't get in those 6 months. So I'm not going to include this month because I'm going to be getting something, so I can get back, so I can go back in time to make back what I was supposed to be making. I'm getting my chess pieces in order. I'm getting them in order. And all I'm going to say is my wallet going to be looking different. What I make going to be looking different. What I do is going to be scaled higher and higher. So I'm just trying to let y'all know that, like, the things that they should be teaching in school should be different. Because all I'm saying is gonna be leveling up. The clock is ticking. Money is gonna be coming in. Like, I won't be streaming consistently because I will be back outside working. And then I'm gonna dial back from streaming every day to just my regular, what I normally do. Where what I normally do is I just normally make videos on YouTube, then I post them. Make the thumbnails, make the taglines, make everything, make the hooks. So let's get to it. Let's see.
And my days can range from 4 hours to 12 hours. And not every task can be made up on an off day. And as far as the week go, I can work from anywhere from 5 to 7 days a week. And it's not even me complaining. I mean, you work more, you get paid more. And God forbid you call off one day. I swear your check be feeling so short. It feels like you missed 3 days of work. And then for some reason, when that check follow around, it's like they done bumped up every bill. And then a lot of these like warehouse jobs, you do 4 10-hour shifts, which thank God I don't work in a warehouse. But I'm just saying, man, I swear it seems like America, we just get killed with work.
There's a lot of insults or gotchas on this app that really aren't a gotcha at all. But one I hate is when people write on posts, not everyone is broke. Okay, but the majority are. And I assure you that whoever is saying that is way closer to poverty and being on the street than they are to being truly wealthy. And I just sit and I think daily about the long-term implications of people being poor and not having significant savings. Like, I just read an article, something about Eminem leaving his estate to someone. And when you're wealthy, you can do that. And I was thinking about how the majority of people aren't going to have anything to leave to anybody. Nonprofits complain about how hard it is to get volunteers. Yeah, no one can volunteer because no one has the luxury of free time. Everyone's working overtime and side gigs. And these are just a couple of examples of impacts, real impacts it has on society. So being richer than you think you actually are is not a flex or better off than the vast majority of the population. As a society, we're still kind of fucked right now, and the government should have thought about that.
I asked more than 1,200 Americans aged 70 and older this question. What are the most important lessons?
Yo, what is really going on with this world? What is really going on in America, bro? Like, this shit making me want to just pack up and move to one of these countries that our American dollar is worth fucking $70 and $80 over there. Because this shit is fucking ridiculous, bro. This shit is fucking ridiculous. Everything, all the quality of the food, all the quality of everything has went down, but the prices has gone up. I live in New Jersey, right? Earlier today, gas was $3.99. 5 hours later, it's $4.19. What the fuck happened in the 5 hours? What happened in 5 hours where gas got to go up 21 cents, and then probably by the time I wake up tomorrow, it's gonna be $4.28, bro. Like this shit is crazy, bro. The only thing that I got lucky with is I bought my house in 2021. I have a $1,300 mortgage, bro. You can't even find a motherfucking 1-bedroom box for $1,300 right now, bro. Like all the car payments is crazy, astronomical right now. You gotta pay $700, $800, $900 for a fucking Toyota Camry right now. The chips, the juice, the fucking Doritos, the motherfucking... Bro, they even made the paper plate smaller. They even made the paper plates to the point where you gotta use 2 paper plates to fucking eat now. Like, this shit is crazy. This shit is crazy, bro. I make a decent pay rate and I'm still living paycheck to paycheck. I'll be lucky if I could put up $100 a fucking week. Like, this is just getting ridiculous, bro. I really feel like I want to just pack up, go overseas to one of them countries. Bitch, I need to save like 50, 60, 70,000 and go transfer that shit to another country and live like a royal fucking king. Because $50,000 out here, bitch, that shit'll be going in 3 months. That shit'll be going in 3 fucking months, bro. When you gotta deal with buying food, paying for this, paying for that. The fucking electric went up. The gas went up. They charging travel fees for your gas now. Like, what the fuck, bro? The world is designed for us to fucking struggle, bro. It's designed for us to be slaves to the clock. You either gotta work, bitch, I don't know what the fuck you gotta do. I think, like, right, you gotta work every day, all day. You gotta work, bitch, 17, 18, 19 hours a day to make some money just to spend it all right the fuck back. I don't know how the fuck motherfuckers is going on trips, motherfuckers going on vacation, motherfuckers buying Balenciagas, motherfuckers buying... Like, I don't know how motherfuckers is doing that shit. I just don't. Bro, I've been working for 15, 16, 17 years straight. I make almost $30 an hour, and it don't fucking matter. It don't matter.
This shit is ridiculous. I'm ready to fucking, I don't know what I'm ready to do, but I'm ready to do something, bro. Something has to fucking give.
It takes 5 minutes to migrate from Google Sheets to your own app. This is Softer, a no-code tool that you can use to build fully custom business apps like portals and internal tools on your own data super quickly. To build an app, you first add your data.
Got paid today and also went broke today.
Dang.
Nobody fucking talked to me.
At this point, I seriously think Gen Z is just screwed. In 2026, Gen Z just simply earns way less than it costs to survive. The average Gen Zer makes about $25K a year, which is around $21,000 a month, and spends basically all of it on bills or rent. Nearly half of Gen Z runs out of money before the end of the month ends, and that's not just budgeting, that's just survival at that point. And don't get me started on student loan debt, because the average Gen Zer also has about $30K of student loan debt on top of all of that. We are spending more on essentials than any other previous generation, and wages just keep going down, and the cost of living just keeps going up. You're not failing in life. The system is just has completely fucked us over. Budgeting does help, don't get me wrong. I still use mine to budget and track all of my expenses, but the system is still failing us.
Now let's talk about why this new generation is, in my opinion, pretty screwed. It's going to be very tough to get out of this, because this new generation, they grew up with graduating college from the pandemic era, which has had a significant effect financially for a lot of people. Not only are a lot of people that are graduating right now not able to find jobs, because there's pretty much no entry-level positions right now. These entry-level positions are hiring people with years of experience compared to someone who's just fresh out of college, mainly because they don't want to train these people. If someone has no experience, you do have to invest a little bit into them to train them, but they're realizing that people don't want to stay at these companies for long term. A lot of people are job hopping, and they're thinking, why invest in someone when they're just going to leave in a few years? But there's a lot of factors why people are leaving their jobs very quickly, and that's because they're not getting raises that are meaningful. They're not getting promotions. There's no growth. The only way for them to grow is to hop companies for a higher pay. But a lot of these people, since they're not really able to build a meaningful wealth while they're young, it's going to have a huge impact, because they're not going to be able to save for their retirement. And that's a huge issue. Let me know in the comments down below what you think, and take a look at the rest of these videos.
I can't keep living paycheck to paycheck. The second my salary hits, it's gone. Rent, loans, utilities, you name it, it's all gone. I'm not even doing anything crazy either. Every month I say I'll save and I don't. And then this month I got into a car accident. I'm fine, but my car isn't. It's $1,500 to fix it, and I don't even have that. So I'm just sitting there thinking, why do I not have $1,500 saved? I work full time, and it's not like I'm spending money like crazy. And also, payday isn't for 2 more weeks. I've already worked half of the month, but the money is just not there yet in my bank account. So I go to HR and I ask if there's any way I can get an advance on my paycheck to pay for this bill. And the lady goes, oh yeah, we use anytime pay, so you can go and get your money whenever you need it. Apparently we function through the system called Deal, and we're able to...
See, look. Be right back. Hold up.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me.
So look, it's very laughable when these jobs have these certain things where it's like certain apps where you can get to your check right then and there. But I get to utilize my money when I make it. So when I get money through what I do, my entrepreneur stuff, like that's gonna come weekly and bi-weekly. That's how, because there are some that come weekly and then there are some that come bi-weekly. And if I do any of my gig apps, they give me my money right then and there. Like when I do DoorDash, if I was to make $200 today, I could utilize that money today. Because I've been doing DoorDash since 2016. I've been doing DoorDash since 2016. DoorDash started in 2013. Like all of my bills and stuff were paid through doing DoorDash. But let's see.
Access our paycheck whenever we need it throughout the month. Yeah, I'm new, so I had no idea this even existed, but this is seriously a savior for someone like me who lives paycheck to paycheck. I don't know, is this normal? Does your company do this? Because I've never heard of it.
A new study shows that 75% of millennials and Gen Z are living paycheck to paycheck in the US. Also, most of them don't have health insurance either, and instead of going to a doctor's office or anything like that, most of them would rather just sit there and let things get worse than actually get treatment. And honestly, it's pretty sad when you think about this. Now, the reason this is because the economy has been so bad since starting in about early mid-90s to currently. When you look at most jobs also, a lot of them really aren't paying people enough to get by. For instance, a job that I work at, I get minimum wage. I just work a simple job at a hotel, trying to get by, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. And yeah, they don't really pay enough. I'm making $15 an hour. Most people are making even less than that. So I mean, yeah, it's sad to see, you know, as more studies come out, I'll keep updating y'all how most of the population is doing. But yeah, that's the U.S. for you.
Well, I was just telling my homegirl what plans I have for my paycheck after I get paid. And she was like, girl, you don't put no money aside after you pay the bills? Hell no. She was like, what if an emergency happens? I said, bitch, I live in the emergency. Every day is an emergency. If something comes up, like a bill or something, it's just going to have to wait till I get paid again. I'm not going to put my priorities and my needs on the back burner just to pay another bill that has to get paid any fucking way every fucking month. It's going to get paid eventually. May not be today. It may not be until it's past due, but it's going to get paid. There's no such thing as saving. I'm living in the now, okay? Tomorrow may not come. It's not promised to anybody. The money that I save is going to go to somebody else, so I might as well just make do with it right now. And don't get it wrong, I pay my responsibilities. I pay my bills. I do what I have to do. But whatever's left after the money that I've set aside, and I'm like, okay, I'm going to account this week $600 towards bills. And then when I get paid again, I'm going to put aside another $600 to $700 towards bills. But bitch, that money after that, that's me. That has my name written all fucking over it. Anything else that comes up while I am using and utilizing my prioritized money for my needs, it's gonna have to fucking wait.
If you kids can't live comfortably on $20 an hour, you have to be overspending. We got to break this down very quickly to give people perspective into the Gen Z's lives. If you make $20 an hour in 2024, that is $40,000 a year. After taxes, that is $2,750. The average one-bedroom apartment and utility is going to run you $2,000. You cannot do that making $20 an hour, so you're going to have to rent with a roommate for about $1,200, and that's being conservative. $500 a month for groceries, which is less than $150 a week. $300 for a student loan payment, which is below average. $300 for a car payment, which is below average, $150 for car insurance, $150 for gas, $100 for personal care, $50 for a cell phone is $2,750. That is paycheck to paycheck, leaving you with nothing. Nothing for savings, investments, the big one, health insurance, because I'm assuming they're under 26 years old, and zero fun. Now, if they were to make $30 an hour in 2024, that's $60,000 a year. That's $3,900 after taxes. Maybe they decide to get their own place for $2,000 and everything else stays the same. They're left with $350 a month, which is essentially still paycheck to paycheck. This is the cost of living in America in 2024. The idea of $20 an hour, even for me when I graduated high school, was a ton of money. Now, $20 to $30 is minimum wage.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Living paycheck to paycheck doesn't mean that you don't make enough money. Sometimes it means that you are spending exactly what you make and sometimes even more than you make. Not only was I living paycheck to paycheck, I was actually spending way more than I made because I never looked at my budget. I never looked at my income versus expenses. I just...
Look, every state is different. There are some people who live in apartments that are between $1,500 a month, $2,000. You cannot compare what people spend in California to match what is here. There are some places that have those type of prices. You have to go to the location. It's everything is based on location base. Where your house is at, where your apartment is at, where you work. So if you're doing DoorDash and if you go do DoorDash, you can go to the ritzy neighborhoods. You're going to be in abundance of money. I'm just saying.
Did not look at that. I did not give a fuck. And now I'm in this situation where I am in over $69,000 worth of debt and slowly paying that off. Listen, I make great money, but when I started my debt payoff journey, there was no wiggle room. Every single dollar was accounted for. It took me looking at everything with a fine-tooth comb and finding what the hell I can cut out and what I needed to keep. I cut out all unnecessary spending, including fast food, swimming lessons for my kids, even cutting out my beloved Amazon and Target. Sometimes the most frustrating part about this journey is realizing that I totally make enough money every single month to pay all my expenses and more, yet I am still in $69,000 in debt because I mismanaged my funds and I never had a budget. If I could give you one piece of advice is look at your freaking expenses, make a goddamn budget, and stick to that shit. If you're also on a debt payoff journey, follow along on my journey to becoming debt-free in 365 days. I love you guys so much. Bye, guys.
Gen Z is struggling in the workplace because the time and effort to reward ratio is nowhere near strong enough. We see all these people on social media living their dream lives, and it makes us wonder, what the heck are we even doing working a 9 to 5? Not only that, but the effort and time that it takes to commute, do the job, go home, have a lack of time, lack of energy to go do something for yourself is unbelievable. And for those of us that are fed up and actually doing work outside of our 9 to 5 and on our weekends to make sure we can create a life that we are proud of, we have to sacrifice so much shit on top of that too. Like back in the day, you could just work an average job, you could get married, you could buy a house, start a family, and live a regular life. But these days, making the average income is nowhere near enough to even live on your own in a big city, to start your investment journey and start focusing on a down payment to buy a house. 3, we are just barely surviving out here on the average Canadian income.
Gen Z is actually cooked, because tell me why a 6-year-old said that our generation would be just fine if we learned how to save properly and work harder. We have thousands and thousands of dollars in student loans, getting the same degree that you got 30 years ago, just to end up getting paid the same amount of money that you got paid 30 years ago. But now everything is 1,000% more expensive. A house that you bought for $50,000, we now have to buy that same house for $500,000. And you're telling us that we need to learn how to save properly? This really infuriates me, because I don't think I'm doing anything wrong. I save money every single month. I invest my money every single month. I even got an app called Mine that helps me budget my money to a T, just so I can keep my life on track. And I'm getting told.
All right, so I'm hearing about this budget app called Mine. So let me see some real quick. So looking up Mine. See, look, you don't need to download an app called Mine. There's a thing called Excel. You could take Excel, make out your budget that way. Because if you're paying to use this app, that's totally wicked. Totally wicked. Really wicked.
That we're not saving properly. This lady picked the wrong one today, because I am not having it.
I cannot keep living paycheck to paycheck. As soon as my salary hits my bank account, it's gone. Whether it's rent, bills, loans, it's gone so fast. And I'm not even doing anything that crazy. Every month I'm like, I'm gonna save, and I don't. So last week I got in a little bit of an accident. I'm fine, but my car's not. It made $1,500 to fix it. And I'm just standing here like, why don't I have $1,500 saved? I work full time and I don't even get paid for 2 more weeks. Asked HR, is there any flexibility? And they replied back to me saying that they use Deal, so you can withdraw money anytime throughout the month that you have already earned. I didn't even know this because I'm new and I used the money to fix the car. But this is such a lifesaver for somebody who apparently lives on the edge like I do. Is this something that's normal? Because I've never heard of this.
Listen up, parents. Want to start building generational wealth and happiness for your children in less than 10 minutes? Well, Fabric by Gerber Life has an investment account called...
Now, I'm definitely worried for this new generation, in particular Generation Z, because a lot of them are getting depressed. They're not able to pay off their bills, not able to save any money, not able to grow and invest any money. And that's going to have a huge impact not only on their mental health, but on their financial as well, because they're not going to be able to retire easily unless they have a significant impact on their income where they're making a lot of money. But right now, a lot of the Generation Z is not making very good wages.
As a younger millennial, I'm 31 years old. I feel like I sympathize a lot with Gen Z and Gen Alpha and all of the generations that come after us. I just remember growing up, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to act like it was easy, but things were a lot more attainable, if that makes sense. Like, I was able to work a job. Like, I had a call center job. I probably was making $12 an hour. This was back in like 2014. I had a roommate and our rent was $800 for a 2-bedroom. Like, I was paying $450 in rent. That is very rare today. Like, I was able to buy my first car for $1,500. Now, granted, I was making $7.25 an hour, but I just feel like things were a lot more obtainable for someone who's coming up and trying to build compared to what it is today. So I oftentimes really sympathize with them. The job market was a lot better for my upbringing. Now, granted, I know some older millennials, it was different because they grew up and they were coming up in like 2008, 2009. But I was a little bit after that. I graduated high school in 2012 and I graduated college in 2017. So like financially, I feel like I was somewhat at an advantage to try to get ahead and to try to go up the ladder. And I just feel like I look at the younger generation, and I'm not gonna lie, it has to be hard now when rent is at an all-time high, buying a car is at an all-time high, even used cars, you guys. Used cars are like $5,000 for a 2002 Honda. Like, people are tripping. I really feel sorry for you guys, and I pray that you guys have the strength, and I hope that things actually change. That way young people are able to set footing in this world, because if not, I don't know how things are gonna go.
And just know, if you're a young adult paying rent, you live a very different life than your friends that are able to stay with family or even pay a subsidized rent to somebody that they know. Because when you're out in the world and you're dealing with a company wanting their money, it is very different than your dad suggesting that you put in towards the house this week. And a lot of times, the way in which you operate your life is on a different level of comparison as well. It's kind of like that sound where it's like, I don't know the specifics of it, but people basically use it when talking about work. And they're like, when I'm just at my job to get money for the weekends versus the person beside me has 3 kids to take care of at home. Essentially, that's kind of how it's going to be within your age group. You have to care for yourself, and what you don't get done depends directly on your survival, whereas somebody else kind of has the luxury and the comfort of at least having a fallback plan. Hey, the landlord I don't know has no problem kicking me out, Whereas my parents, I might have been late for 3 times and they're not going to kick you out because you're still their child. There's a level of knowingness that provides comfort, and there's an awareness in that then directs your subconscious. And when you're out in spaces with people that don't pay rent yet or just haven't had that level of independence in adulthood yet, oftentimes you'll find they do kind of exhibit a level of arrested development. Oftentimes they have little conflict resolution skills because they haven't had to maybe live with a stranger or live in a building with strangers to where everything can't go your way. There's also a different level of drive. They won't understand why you're intense about certain things that you are, why you're so thorough in the things that you do, because again, there's always that fallback. And while a lot of times comfort is something that we should be afforded and can keep us safe through certain eras of our life, when you are comforted as well, especially in an era where you should be ambitious, which is the start of your adulthood, a lot of times you don't go as far as things. You don't put as much of an effort as things. Even though you claim you want your independence, a lot of these people won't act as though that's actually something they want to turn into a reality. And hey, I get it. I wouldn't be rushing to spend money right now either. You have your whole life to do it. But it can be quite isolating if you are one of the few people that are out here making it on your own means, doing it alone, finding a job when the door closes, finding avenues and ways to make ends meet when at a time like now, it is nearly impossible, even for the seasoned adults. So don't feel weirded out when you do get around your age mates and maybe even people that are older than you, but don't have the same responsibilities as you, and you feel siloed in that. Because the truth is, if you are a young person living the experience of what our predecessors could expect to live in their early 20s, it is an outlier for you amongst where people are in their early 20s now due to delays like COVID, as well as the financial state of the world, as well as the job market.
Gen Z's not lazy, and I'm sick and tired of people telling me that. If I hear it again, I might just crash out. We're not lazy. We just got handed the most ridiculous economy to start with. Can't stand when people are like, oh, we don't want to work. Gen Z's so lazy. Gen Z doesn't want to work to earn money. Because that's not true. We want to work. We want to make wages that can actually earn a decent living and pay the bills. How are you going to call somebody lazy when you have to apply to hundreds of jobs just to hear nothing back? And we have a record high unemployment rate for postgrads. The people who went to college and completed their degrees. Not to mention modern day full-time jobs. They may only cover rent, not bills, not your tuition, not your debt, not your personal expenses. The first generation where you can do everything right, you'd have 3 jobs and you can't even pay all of your bills. 80% of people that I know that are between 21 to 28 are still living with their parents, even the ones that have full-time jobs, because it is that hard to live on your own now. Imagine still being behind no matter how hard you try. No. That's not lazy. That's our reality now. People in our generation, you can't just rely on income anymore. If you can even get a job, because, I mean, we all know how hard that is. You have to rely on side hustles just to make ends meet. Honestly, these are not always equally. There's so many different ways to make money, but they are not the same. Me, I tried Instacart, I tried drop shipping, I tried DoorDash. DoorDash was trash. What has really let me break through is by making freelance marketing for brands. You can get into UGC and apply to jobs to make content for brands through platforms like SideShift and stack as many gigs as you can possibly get, because we're not lazy. We're going to work hard, and we have to. You know how expensive life is right now? We have no safety net. So I hope this helps, and good luck on your freelancing journey.
I feel like most Gen Z still lives with their parents because it's almost impossible to move out, so they don't care at all because they have 0 responsibilities. This is true. A lot of Gen Z still live at home, which is not a problem. I think it's actually really good to live at home when you're young and able to save, buy a house, establish your future, especially if you haven't started a family yet, you don't have kids yet. This is actually not a bad thing at all. I'm all for staying at home, stacking, saving, helping out here and there. I'm all for that, 1,000%. But what this person is saying is 100% right. When they have less responsibilities, they're just able to sometimes, especially if without guidance, they don't care because they don't have rent to pay or car notes or car insurance. But what I'm going to say about my employees, because this video that I made was not to bash my employees at all, because I have some amazing Gen Z employees. They show up to work every single day. The Gen Z employees that I was hiring that was a problem, they no longer work for me. Believe me, they no longer work for me. Any Gen Z or any employee, period, that was a problem, I got rid of them. They could not work here. So the people that I have now, top tier, amazing. They're not perfect, but they're amazing. They show up to work. They respect me. They work hard. We don't have no problems. They communicate. They need something. They know who to call. They know who to call because I got their back, okay? So I'm an amazing boss. Believe me, amazing boss. Everybody who work for me got their own place because they can afford it. Because I pay people fair and I pay people well. They work hard, yes. I get bonuses. Like, I do, like, these contests and stuff, and I'll be like, I'm giving away $500 this month. I'm giving away $800 this month. We good at Mitch's Clean. I just wanted to put that out there. But what this person is saying is correct. When you are grown and older, you take your job more serious. So you show up to work on time, and that's why everybody that work for me, they have their own stuff. So guess what? They know they got rent to pay, car notes, they got responsibilities. So they know that this job is important. They know that their job is important, especially your job is paying you good money, okay? And it's good money, and you enjoy what you do. You show up to work, you get your paycheck on time. You good. You got a boss that's cool. You good. You good. I don't care if you late sometimes and stuff happens. I'm always going to cover you. I don't really get last minute call outs. My employees respect me and they respect the business that I'm running. So I don't really get last minute call outs and none of that. My people show up and they do a good job. Do things happen? Absolutely. Nobody's perfect and I'm not expecting them to be perfect. But for the most part, my people show up. I'm telling you, I really don't have a problem with attendance. When I have an employee, Gen Z, Gen X, baby boomer, whatever, millennial, if you are not reliable, you can't work here. So the people I have now are reliable. The ones that came through my pipeline, like I stated, I got rid of them. 90 days, if you call out within the first 90 days of a job, you must not care or really want that job. Anybody know when you first get a job, you cannot call out. Not for at least the first 90 days. You can't call out. If it's an emergency, something happened once or twice or whatever, cool. Stuff happens. Just, communicate. Communicate stuff. I'm sorry, stuff happened. I'm not going to make this a pattern. But in the first 90 days, if you called out 3 or 4 times in the first 90 days, red flag. That person cannot work here. So all the Gen Zs, and I've seen a pattern specifically with Gen Zs. I had somebody, it was an emergency every week. Oh my God, every week. Every time I scheduled this person on a Saturday, they was not coming. They didn't want to work weekends. They didn't want to work the Saturday. Every time something happened, or every time a holiday came, whether it was the 4th of July or something, because we rotate holidays here. So you know your holiday that you're working way in advance. Way in advance. And if you can't make the holiday, holla at me. We're going to figure it out. We're going to figure it out. But what I'm stating is communication. I noticed that they'll just be like, whatever. I'm going to just call out at the last minute. So I'm saying all this to say, full circle, this person is right. When you have responsibilities, when you have rent, when you have a car note, when you have things to pay for, and all my people that work for me got their own place, even my 20-year-olds, okay? Living in condos, okay? My 20-year-olds live in nice places, drive nice cars, and like nice things, and have to pay for food out of pocket. You show up to that job and you respect that job. So she's right. When you really don't care, when you're going to still live and have somewhere to live and have food in your pocket, regardless, you might walk around not with a lot of money, but if you still going to be cool, you could disrespect your job or you could not take your job as serious. But when you have a job paying a certain amount of money, you know how hard it is to go get another one. When you have a job paying well over $15, $16, $17, $18 an hour, you know how hard it is to go get a job paying more than you know how hard it is. It's not easy, especially being young, making that much money.
So over here.
Alright, so this next one, DoorDash is too expensive and it is draining people's wallets. See, I am a person who makes money through DoorDash. I'm a person who makes money through DoorDash. I don't really be paying attention. Like, I don't pay attention to if you tip or not. I'm not paying attention to that. I'm paying attention to how many deliveries I do. Because sometimes people who do DoorDash don't know the incentives Because I don't only just get normal DoorDash orders. I get catering orders, the big bucks. I get the big buck orders. So let's see what's going on. Wow. Let me get some to drink.
They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it came from a bottle of Fiji. They wouldn't believe me. They wonder where I got a drip from. I told them it.
Alright, so let's take a look at why DoorDash gotta be so expensive. Listen, the reasons why DoorDash is expensive is because of the convenience it gives you, where you don't have to go to grocery stores, you don't have to go to these stores to pick up your order. Trust me, I've done over 6,557 stops. Let me see if I can find it. See if I can find it. All right, look. No cap in what I say. All right, I'm showing you my Dasher ratings. Let's see, can I show it to you? That is 6,557 stops. That's how many deliveries I've done. Over only 557 people know what I look like. 6,000 of them don't know what I look like. And the reason for that is I'm a ninja. My goal is to get it to the door. The only thing that catches me is the camera is on the door. I take the picture, I'm out. I don't. So when I go get an order. I go get it, put it in the back seat, put a seatbelt on that thing, put the drinks, put a seatbelt on them so they don't. I make sure I'm driving. I'm driving a regular speed. I'm driving the speed limit. Not driving too crazy, and that's that. So yeah. Let's see what's going on.
Starving, waiting for this DoorDash to come. It's been about 30 minutes, still haven't arrived. And I'm just like, what the heck? Like, it only said 15 minutes. Like, the place that I ordered from McDonald's is right down the road from me. And I'm just like, here, like, what the heck? Like, where? So I go to track this, the DoorDash. Girl, I didn't even order it. I done forgot that I seen the price at checkout and was like, I can't afford it. So I've been waiting on something I ain't even ordered yet.
Dang.
I'm just here to tell y'all, stop ordering DoorDash, okay? I was just in Chick-fil-A and I ordered mobile order, right? And, you know, they be side by side. The man, it's always, I'm sorry, but it's always the dirtiest looking men that's doing DoorDash, okay? It just is what it is. It don't matter what race, what culture, nothing. I'm not talking about, they just all be looking dirty. Anyway, long story short, he talking to his friend, key, and he carried a Chick-fil-A handle and the top fly off. So now the top on the floor, they both didn't kick the top with their foot. This motherfucker goes down on the ground, picks up the top, and proceeds to put it back on top of the drink. Yo, I was screaming so bad. I said, no. Take it up front and tell the man to give you a new one.
Wow,
that's
dirty.
This is reality, but DoorDash really is a luxury service, but there's actually some times where I've actually saved more money ordering on DoorDash than actually going and picking it up.
And look, don't blame the good dashers. Don't blame us. Don't blame us. All right? Don't blame us. All right? So, going to my Dasher account, don't compare me to them. Don't compare me to them. All right? I'm going to show you my ratings. Look, these are my official ratings. I don't, nah. When I'm doing DoorDash, I don't text people. I put my playlist on listening to music. All right? Here's my actual ratings. All right? You see? Platinum. All mine is green. My acceptance rate, 100%. My completion rate, 99%. On time rate, 95%. Quality rate, 100%. My customer rating, 4.8. 4.8. If I was a restaurant, I'm upper echelon. Upper echelon. You cannot put me in the same realm as the other dashers, because I don't be paying attention. I don't be paying attention to tips. I pay attention to how many deliveries I'm doing, because if the Dashers would understand that you get incentives, like when I get back to dashing, when I go live, I'm first in line. I get to pick first. I get to pick all the big orders first. I don't see no small orders. I don't see no small orders at all. Because DoorDash is for convenience. I'm not the dasher. I don't speak on tips. If you tip, you tip. If you don't, you don't. If you ain't got it, you ain't got it. You got the money for the food, the money for the food. It's okay. It's okay if you ain't got it. It's okay. But I know I'm going to hit my goal, though. Because I know every week when I do DoorDash, I'm doing over 100 a week. Each month, I was pushing out 300 to 400 people a month. I was doing 100 people a week. 20 to 25 people a day. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If I wanted to do Saturdays, that's just extra money that would go to savings. I'm just saying.
And these instances include buying the DoorDash gift cards from Costco. Now, I don't think they are selling it anymore, but they used to sell DoorDash gift cards on Costco. You get $100 and you only have to pay $80 for it. So you're getting a 20% discount, and that's going to actually save you some money. And also, if you have certain credit cards, I think it's the Chase Sapphire card, they give you $10 monthly credit, which you can use for groceries. And that's actually a very good thing. You can use that twice a month. There's also one that gives me $5 in free credit every single month. So I'll just use DoorDash when I get those discounts. But there's also ways in the app that you can get that discount. And the first way is looking for deals. Sometimes they have like a buy one, get one free. They also have spend $15, get 15% off. But that's the only time where I will use DoorDash. It's when you're getting those coupons, those discounts. I'm never going to pay full price. That's just throwing money down the drain. And if I can save money using DoorDash, it's actually a pretty decent deal. Especially with all the fees, it still comes out to a lot less. Now you do have to get that membership, which does cost some money. But if you have like an Amazon Prime account or something, sometimes you get DoorDash subscription included in that. Let me know in the comments down below, where are your best DoorDashing money saving tips, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
So I recently saw a video of a girl on TikTok complaining that everyone on DoorDash, all the stuff, all of the food delivery apps need to be stopped because it should have ended at the pandemic. Because why would anyone need the apps after the pandemic? Everyone else that's using it now is just lazy. And I'm like, there's so many instances where, first of all, even if I was lazy, that does not affect you in any way, shape, or form. Like, God forbid, a girlie wants to have a day to rot in her bed. But also, there's so many instances where it's not even just like laziness. Like, there's people with disabilities, there's the elderly, they're always getting their groceries delivered. There's like...
All right. Let me say my spill on this, because I do DoorDash. I do DoorDash. I don't order through DoorDash. I work it. So the reasoning for DoorDash is because some people aren't able to, who aren't mobile. There are some things that hold people from driving vehicles. Like, I delivered medical to people's homes where they are not able to leave out of their house. There are things that hinder people from driving themselves around. I'm just speaking my piece because of the conversations I would have with DoorDash customers. Just saying. Just saying.
I don't know, like, imagine a mom, like, leaves her kids at home, like, at, like, teenagers, 15, 16, she's just like, okay, I'll give you $30, order something, order something for you and your sibling. God forbid, like, I'm a nurse, I'm working a 12-hour shift, and I get home, and I thought I was gonna cook, and I can't, but, like, I still need to eat. I gotta get something. I go out clubbing, and I'm already 6 margaritas deep. That's way past what the song said. I think she stopped at 4 margaritas, or maybe 5. And like, I'm already drunk, and I'm not gonna go and get behind my own wheel to go and get a burger from Wendy's. Like, there's so many instances where this doesn't fit, and it's not just gonna be labeled as lazy. I feel like you don't think about any other people or any situations that could be a problem in, and we just gotta sit back and think for a little bit, just a little bit, because it wasn't even feeling like it was like, I know that people can be like judgy, like with fun, but like she was very like, no, like people need to just get out of their bed. It was like Kim, it was like people need to get off their ass and work. Like, girl, not everyone has the ability to even get off their ass. Like, what?
You're never going to reach your goal of making $6,000 a month using DoorDash if you keep accepting every single order. Now, I'm not talking about people who haven't hit platinum status or pro shopper. If y'all haven't hit those metrics yet, you got to keep grinding. This is not for you, but stick around because this information is gold. Every time DoorDash sends out an offer, that is an invitation for you to accept a deal. It is not mandatory for you to accept every single offer. So order. Now, I'm not talking about people who haven't hit platinum status or pro shopper. If y'all haven't hit those metrics yet, you got to keep grinding. This is not for you, but stick around because this information is gold. Every time DoorDash sends out an offer, that is an invitation for you to accept a deal. It is not mandatory for you to accept every single offer. So if you're seeing something crazy like accept $5.72 to go 14 miles, you are doing absolutely nothing but wasting gas. You're netting zero. The proper way to accept orders is to analyze everything within the amount of time that they give you. If it's a batch order, they give you more time to think about it, but they usually only give you about 30 seconds to make a decision. You have to think quickly. I personally had to come up with a rule for myself. In order for me to accept any order, it has to be $1 per mile minimum. And that's only if they're paying. If they're not really paying, if it's like $2 for 2 miles, if I'm bored, I might take it. If it's extremely slow, I might take it. But bare minimum, $1 per mile in order to get me to move. Anything extra, I'm taking it. This is how you still protect your platinum status and your pro shopper status by making sure that your acceptance rate still stays good while also not screwing yourself in the process. You are in control of how much money you make, which means that you have to make the right decisions when working your book of business. Make sure that you're choosing the right options. Share this with anybody who does DoorDash to help them get more money in their pocket. And make sure that you follow me for more DoorDash tips. Much love. Peace.
Stop ordering DoorDash if you can't afford to tip your Dasher. I just watched this video where these kids ordered Taco Bell to their school and their delivery woman had to very low-key throw the bag over the fence and they actually tipped her $5. And then you have all of the comments being like, oh, she a real one. She didn't even expect a tip because I don't tip my Dashers unless they do a little something extra. Nigga, you should always tip them. I'm sorry, if you don't tip your Dashers, you are literally going...
Listen. Let me drop this gem on you. Let me drop this gem on you real quick. Alright? So, the location I go to where the money resides. That's where I go for DoorDash. I'm not going to tell you the location. I'm going to tell you, I go to where it's nice, where you see vehicles that you never thought existed. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just letting y'all know that, like, it's not a game. You feel me? It's not a game. It is not a game at all. It's not a game at all. So when I don't really be paying attention if they tip or not, I just accept and I say go when I go. If it's over, if the pay is over $5, I'm taking it. If it's over $5, I'm taking it. But if I'm starting the dash and I get my first one in there, I'm gonna take that first one. If it's a low ball or high ball, I'm taking that first one, and then that puts me in the algorithm to get more. I'm not a person. I don't cherry pick. I take all that money. Give me all the coins that's coming. Because if there was a type of way where people could choose who gets the orders for them, I would be excited to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would be excited. Because you want to know why I would be excited? The reason why I would be excited is because if the customers were able to choose who gets their order, then that would be the next best thing to where people see people's ratings. It's like doing Yelp reviews. Like if DoorDash was that way and they could choose who gets their order, that'd be a good thing.
To hell.
Oh, are you serious?
Especially because it is common knowledge that they don't make enough by any means for what they have to do. How many hours they have to put in to make a livable wage and the distance they have to travel. And then you're like, well, if I didn't have to spend so much on the food, bitch, why are you spending $30 on 4 weeknight? The worst part is that in DC, a lot of these drivers tend to be immigrants. So they're putting themselves at an additional risk to get you your shit, and you still won't tip them. What the fuck? You just really don't see them as human, and that's fine, but just admit that.
So I want to look. Go to the nicer areas. I'm trying to tell y'all, location matters. Location matters. If you want to eat, if you doing DoorDash, location matters. I'm trying to tell y'all, listen. I be trying to tell people about medical courier. They don't be thinking that there's no money in that. I'm like, it is. There is money in doing DoorDash if you're doing it the right way. I never cared for tips advert. If you tip, you tip. If you tip, you tip. Because when I do DoorDash, I already know how the engine runs. I already know where a majority of my money is going to come from. I know exactly what fast food place is going to come from the most. Because majority of my DoorDash deliveries come from Chick-fil-A, Raising Cane's, Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Roosters, Sonic, Dick's Sporting Goods, I forgot the other ones, but there's a whole lot. Like I know the whole schedule of what's going on. Oh, Taco Bell. What else? What does he got to say? I wonder what he got to say about this.
I believe everyone when they say it is almost impossible to afford buying a home in your 20s or even your 30s in 2026. But then I see things like this. Last week, DoorDash reported earnings, and they said that in December of 2025, they had the largest jump in total orders that they have ever had in a single month. You and I both know it's not the boomers who are making orders on DoorDash, right? But don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to say DoorDash is the reason that people cannot afford homes, okay? What I am saying is that the average person using DoorDash who can't afford a home probably isn't the most financially responsible person. So is it true that a majority of people cannot afford homes because they're financially irresponsible? Or is it that people are being financially irresponsible because they've given up on ever having the opportunity to buy one? I'm sure both of those are true depending on who it is we're talking about, but I'm sorry, you cannot argue that homes are unaffordable if you are being extremely financially irresponsible and you are causing DoorDash to experience the highest growth they've ever seen. I'm not saying you guys are lying. I'm just saying you make it very hard to believe when I see things like this.
I think I should probably just stop ordering off of DoorDash because why the fuck did my Longhorn... Was it Longhorn? No, I wish it was Longhorn. My Outback order got canceled. I ordered a fucking... What did I order? I don't even know what I ordered. I ordered a ribeye with a sweet potato and broccoli because I didn't feel like cooking. And so the Dasher was texting me. He was already, I don't know, he was between stores. And then when he was finally on the way, he finally messaged me again and said that the road was closed and he was going to talk to support about it. I guess it went no other way around.
Bro, don't listen. Look, don't listen to those type of dashers. To any, they're like, if you're trying to get to anywhere in the world, there is 3 different ways to get to that one place. There are 3 different ways to get to a customer's house. Just because one way is blocked off, there's 2 other ways to get to the customer. I hate those type of dashers. I hate those type of dashers.
Like, I guess he had to go through a bridge or a toll. He wasn't trying to go through no toll. I think that's what it was. So, yeah, I hope you I hope you enjoy your fucking food, bitch. Like, every fucking bite. It ain't his fault. I'm just hungry and, like, yeah. So I'm gonna figure it out.
At this point, I feel like DoorDash needs to start vetting their drivers a little bit more, and that includes having a psychological evaluation for their drivers. So, like 2 weeks ago, my man ordered some food. He ordered some wings. and he went to our front door to see if it has been delivered because it said deliver on the app. He comes to me and he's like, why did the DoorDash driver just fake deliver our food? What do you mean he fake delivered the food? So he shows me the picture, and it's literally the fakest picture I've ever seen in my life. Like a picture that's straight from Google. A fake door and just like a bag of food in front of it. And then come to find out, he didn't even go pick up the food at all. He didn't go pick up the food at all. So you just taking orders, taking the money and taking the tips and not even leaving your house. That's crazy and that's trifling.
Every time I go to order on DoorDash, I change my mind. Do you know why? They'll make my $5.99 meal turn into $20. No, babes, I'm not doing it. I'm not hungry no more. All of a sudden, I don't have any more appetite. I am full. The price filled me up. Okay, I'm not even hungry. Was I hungry? Not no $5 to $15, baby, to 20. Sir, play with your mama.
A lot of people have been having some very bad experiences on DoorDash lately, and that's probably because cost of living has just been increasing a lot. Gas is insane, so a lot of these drivers may not be taking that good of a care just because they're angry, they're hungry, who knows, but people have been getting their orders stolen. Now, personally, I've never had that before, but yeah, being a DoorDasher is not an easy task at all, especially when you're taking into account how much you're really getting paid because of all the maintenance you have to pay for your car that you're not really expecting because it's doing wear and tear on your car. And as someone who has done a food delivery, I feel like the best time to do it is if taking an order where you're already going, so you're not going to be driving to a location, driving back, and then having to drive back home, wasting a lot of gas. Take up orders where you're already going and use it as a side gig rather than a full-time income because it's really not reliable.
I look so sunburned, but I can't wait to be able to drive in America because please just tell me why I've just gave $25 for McDonald's to be delivered here. It's a meal and some chicken nuggets. That's unbelievable. In this economy, no, I think everything costs so much because you have to tip here. But yeah, I just can't believe that. Anyway, I'm starving, so I'm going to eat. I hope to God they've put sauces in here because I'm going to die. All I fancied is barbecue sauce, so I'm hoping it's in here. Guess what? They didn't put any sauce in, so that's great because I only ordered it because I wanted some barbecue sauce. I promise I'm actually not that sunburnt. But anyway, this is Lucy 3 hours after eating that McDonald's. It's given me salt poisoning. I swear to God, I've not stopped drinking. I'm going to be up all night back into to the toilet. I can't stop drinking. The fries were that salty. It's unbelievable.
Not gonna lie, dumb DoorDash prices make you want to look at your kitchen a little bit more like there's nothing in that kitchen for real. No, seriously, DoorDash. Them prices, you even trying to get Wendy's is still expensive. Oh my gosh, $15? Oh my god! At this point, I'm just gonna make me a peanut butter sandwich. I don't got no jelly. I'm gonna just make a peanut butter sandwich. Peanut butter, some eggs or something. It's like you don't want to cook, then you like look at DoorDash. At that point, I got no food to eat. I ain't trying to spend them DoorDash's prices. I'm not. Oh my gosh, why is DoorDash so expensive? Oh my god. The struggle is real. The struggle.
How do people spend money on DoorDash like on a regular basis? I don't understand. I literally use DoorDash like twice a year. But I haven't been feeling very well the last few days, and I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna.
I only use DoorDash to make money. I don't use DoorDash to bring me food. I would rather eat from the house. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Like this. This right here was made in the house. was made in the house. Like, no cap.
DoorDash myself and my daughter some food. She wanted Chipotle. We get the same Chipotle order every time. It's usually around $24. Tell me why between like the fee that DoorDash charges, the tip, and the food, it was over $50. Double the amount that it costs when I go into the store. Now, I did get a Coke, which I don't typically do, so I know that was like $3 or $4, but what? $50 for a burrito, a bowl, and a Coke? And then I remember I have friends who get DoorDash like 2 to 3 times a week, and they have more people in their family than me. Are y'all out here like spending a fortune on DoorDash? Am I missing something? Someone help me understand this, because I don't get it.
If you are DoorDashing your food, and you're DoorDashing your food multiple times a week, like every other day, you are doing good in life. I'm telling you, you are doing good in life. I know for a fact that you are not complaining about the economy. You're not complaining about the cost of living. You're not complaining about the cost of anything. Because if you are ordering Taco Bell, getting 2 tacos and spending $80, getting a number 1 off of the McDonald's menu, and you're spending $90, because I know they're feeing y'all up. There's a fee for everything. Delivery fee, whatever. And y'all are paying it and you don't back out like I would. I think I've only DoorDash food 1 time. And that was out of...
And look, making money through DoorDash is lovely. Like, been doing DoorDash since 2016. 2020 was the best year of doing DoorDash. 2020, when pandemic hit, COVID, everybody was stayed in the crib. I was out there making money. You know how peaceful it was to drive? It was so peaceful. Listening to unreleased Juice WRLD going to my location. I'm not going to tell you my location. Making $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Just delivering from Taco Bell, McDonald's, Wendy's, White Castle, Kroger's, Walmart, El Nepal, all the fast food places, Dick's Sporting Goods, Rooster, Sonic, Papa John's. I would just driving my sedan car, making $3,000 to $4,000 a month. Make $200 in 5 hours in a day. Go home. Do what I need to do with that money. Go do it again. Do it and keep doing it and doing it like 8 to 1,000 a week. Able to sustain everything. Like, I never ordered through DoorDash. I do DoorDash. Like, why would I order through why would I order through if I would rather I go pick it up than anything else. I'm just saying.
Desperation. I'm not paying $60 for Taco Bell. And for the people who DoorDash and you got a car sitting right outside and you can just hop in it and go grab your food, but you still choose to DoorDash, I know you're doing good. Where do you work at? Let me know where you work at. Let me know what you do for a living, because if you do that, you have a car, but you will pay the price for convenience, and you don't care what the price is for some food that you can very well go pick up and get yourself. Let me know what you are doing for a living. I want to know. Because
look, take this to consideration. So, location. The people who I deliver to, I have seen Porsches, Ferraris, Lamborghini Uruses, McLaren 720S, McLaren 650. I have seen the best of the best. I have seen people who have vehicles still order DoorDash. And the homes I have delivered to that have gates, millionaire homes. I'm trying to tell you, man. It's based on the location.
I want to get to that point in life where I don't care. I want to get to the point in life where I will pay $90 for Taco Bell.
Why does DoorDash have to be so expensive, bro? Like, oh my god. I always crave food at the end of the day. When I don't want to go and drive and get it. One, because I don't want to, and two, I just don't want to. Why? When I go drive and get it when DoorDash is a thing. But it's so fucking expensive, bro. Bro, one time I wanted to see if like the Dash Pass actually like made you save money. So I got everything that I wanted to order, checked out, and without the Dash Pass, and it was like $25. So then I signed out, made a new account with the Dash Pass, their 30-day free trial. It was literally the same price. They just said that there was no shipping, but they charged me a random fee that was the same price as the shipping on the first order. I was like, and then I decided that I am boycotting DoorDash. Because literally, what is that? Like, that should be illegal, bro. And from that point on, I can't. Like, I can't justify spending that much money when if I were to go and get it, it would be $10. But so I just have to deal with not getting food then. If I wanted it that bad, I would go drive and get it. That's what I tell myself. Or usually I see if any of my friends are near that area, so they could get it and drop it off at my house.
Yeah, you know how people usually say like, don't gatekeep or don't share the information how to get this or how to do that. That's not always true. And let me explain why. I'm going to give you an example. Okay, I don't know exactly how many years ago, but when DoorDash first came to our city, and it was a very lucrative means to get extra money on the side, right? So when I first started doing DoorDash, right, my homeboy told me about it. And when he told me about it, they had like an incentive. So like if you add a person to the platform, you get like an incentive pay if they complete certain tasks. Like say for instance, if they told him he'd get $500 if I did X amount of orders, right? I don't know the exact number, but when I started, I seen the same refer a friend advertisement, and I seen it from 500 all the way up to 1,000. And being that, you know, like when we used to go into restaurants and you telling the employees about, you know, I make this a week, or that, you know, per order, this, that, and you add them, you're looking at the initial, amount that you get for that person that you signed up or referred to under you. You looking at getting that, but you don't look at the long run. What DoorDash did was they put that incentive out. Okay, so when they first came to my city, they might had about, let's just say 100 people that was on the platform delivering orders. Okay. You got 100 people on the platform delivering orders. You got 500 people that's ordering. So your demand is greater. Your demand is greater at that point. So when you keep adding people, so if I add a person and every 100 people add a person, that's 200 people. And those 200 people add a person, that's 300 people. So on and so forth. You get to a point where you got 600 people and 500 orders. What are they able to do then? They're able to pay you less. So when I first started doing DoorDash, I never seen an order come through under $7.50. Under $7.50, under $7.50. Never, ever seen an order come through. That was their base pay. Now, you might see an order come through for $1.50. You might see an order come through for $2. And what they do is they'll get a customer that's paying, and they rely on the customer for the tips at this point. They rely on the customers to pay the people that's driving for them. So they give they base pay is $2, right? So say if I order, that base pay is $2. I give a $10 tip, right? And my neighbor order also. They'll look at the algorithm and see that this order is going in the same area, and they attach that $2 order that my neighbor's not tipping in and attach it with mine. So now they kill two birds with one stone, and they didn't even tip. So sometimes, I hate to say it, sometimes it's best to keep some shit hidden. I'm gonna keep it real. Sometimes it's best to keep some shit undisclosed. Y'all can call it gatekeeping or whatever, but sometimes it's best to do that, because in the end you end up hurting yourself. Not DoorDash is trash, and nobody's making any money but DoorDash.
Dance 2.0 is now on Artlist, and you can get precisely what you want.
I'll take a robbery with a fight scene on the side.
It's a robbery!
And if you have it, I'd like the robbers to be Yakuza.
It's a robbery!
For the main character, an Anthony.
So Peter Gracie says there are a lot of Jamaicans who are living abroad who are only one paycheck away from financial.
Oh. All right, this next one, full-time workers in America are struggling more than ever before. And somebody said, I have 20 credit cards. I always have money. And somebody said, your channel is nothing but an ad for the people in your videos. And then somebody else replied to this saying, there's 1,000 just like it. So what? Have you been under a rock? Because look, I'm going to say this. There is a lot of people utilizing these same videos, speaking on it the same exact way about making sure you save money, making sure that you invest. They're just different. It's like they're giving the same content, but it's a different face, the same episode. That's all it is. That's all it is.
collapse. And he's not wrong, because there are many of us who live abroad who people may think that, oh, we're having this nice, good life. There are some of us who come out here and we floss and endorse and we wear the most name brand and whatever. And people think that, oh, yes, we have it made. But we are suffer. The beginning of the month, you pay a car insurance, you pay a car note, you pay your mortgage, you pay light and phone and water and all these other bills. And when you're looking at your account, you want to run. What I think happened with a lot of us is that we spend so much because we think that we're going to have a cushion because we make a little bit of change. We spend credit card like it's going out of style. We hang with basket where we can't reach it. And not for we ever come in like Epta Gibson.
Being broke while having a job, number one rage bait in the world. If you don't got a job, you just have to sit in the crib all day, you gonna be broke. You gonna be broke. You're not gonna have no money to pay your bills, no money to do shit, no money to even go buy a big and egg and cheese, son. But best believe, once you get a fucking job, gang, nigga, you're still gonna be broke. I'm trying to tell you, bro, this shit don't make no sense, gang. It's like you was broke
where we can't reach it. And not for we ever come in like Epta Gibson.
Being broke while having a job, number one rage bait in the world. If you don't got a job, you just have to sit in the crib all day, you gonna be broke. You gonna be broke. You're not gonna have no money to pay your bills, no money to do shit, no money to even go buy a big and egg and cheese, son. But best believe, once you get a fucking job, gang, nigga, you're still gonna be broke. I'm trying to tell you, bro, this shit don't make no sense, gang. It's like you was broke before with no money. Now you broke with money that you have to pay bills that you wasn't taking care of before.
Oh, listen. Let's talk about it. So, the type of work I do is very different. Very different. Being an entrepreneur it's a very different type of lifestyle because the way how my money works is different than how everybody else's money works. So I've been out of work for 6 months. 6 months. So 5 of those 6, I got to make that money back that I wasn't able to get back in the settlements. So now I have to go all in. So I'm having a resting period. So what so everything that I'm saving up on and whatnot, I'm getting everything in order. I already got everything in the notebook on what I'm going to do with the money that I get. I already know what vehicle I'm going to get and everything. So
this is the reality. Full-time workers are struggling. We're going to be seeing more and more people working on the weekends because their single 9-to-5 job doesn't cover it. Now, personally, my 9-to-5 job barely covers it. I'm living paycheck to paycheck, and except when I started doing side hustles, multiple side gigs, including food delivery on the weekends or opening some online businesses, doing reselling. That is the only way to get ahead in America in 2026 because the wages that we have these days just aren't that good. And these employers really don't care. They're giving you small annual raises that don't even match the rate of inflation. And it really isn't their responsibility, they feel like, to pay you a comparable wage because their sole goal is company profits and focusing on the shareholders. If you haven't realized it, a lot of these companies prioritize the investors and the shareholders more than their own employees. I've seen that from multiple companies I've worked at. It's absolutely insane, and it's the whole reason why full-time workers and full-time employees in America are struggling so much. Let me know in the comments down below how you feel and take a look at the rest of these clips.
Working, yet still being broke is one of the worst things an individual could go through. Because you're telling me I'm sacrificing my whole life, all my time, just to still be broke? Why am I even working? I might as well just be unemployed. I'm working 40 hours a week. I still got no money. I can't buy a Snickers bar? What? Come on, bro. Is this the life? Is this life? Is this adult life? I don't want to be an adult. I want to be a kid.
You know those people that's always working, complaining about working, stressing about working, overthinking about working, but bitch, they're always broke? How the fuck is you working so much, but you're always broke? Yeah, I picked up overtime. Yeah, I picked up this shift. I gotta work. I gotta work. This is the only day off. But how are you always broke? That just don't make no sense. Oh, yeah, I don't got this for this. And it's always those type of people that be making excuses. Yeah, well, I paid money for this, so I'm still trying to Girl. What the fuck is the tea? What is going on? What are you spending your money on that you're always broke, but you're always working?
I asked more than 1,200 Americans aged 70 and older this question. What are the most important lessons you've learned over the course of your life?
I'm a full-time working mom of 3. I was working 2 jobs. I was working a full-time job Monday through Friday, and then I was serving and bartending nights and weekends to pay the bills. To tell you I was exhausted, burnt out, and still broke is an understatement. I would get paid at my full-time job twice a month. I would pay all the bills, and I would have nothing left. My biggest wake-up call came last summer when my daughter needed braces, and I couldn't afford it. That's when I knew I needed to start looking for ways to make extra income, and I wasn't getting a 3rd job. You guys, I got started in a program that teaches you how to make an income from your phone as a beginner. UGC, user-generated content. That's where you're making videos for brands and they pay you for that content. Drop shipping, Etsy, the list goes on and on. Letter writing, whatever you're wanting to do, you can learn that inside of this program. It teaches over 20 streams of income. Digital products are a fancy way of basically saying you're promoting something in the online space. Affiliate marketing is where you're promoting a brand or a product. And anytime somebody purchases from you, you're getting that affiliate commission. So if you're ready, if you're tired of living paycheck to paycheck, you get paid, there's nothing left. You're paying gas, groceries, daycare, all the things, and there's just nothing left, and you're tired of living that way, come at info and meet me in the DMs, and I'll tell you exactly how I got started.
Ain't nothing worse than going to work and you ain't got no money. Oh my gosh. You don't even care. I'm talking about you can't even get none out of the little kiosk. You can't even, you know what I'm saying? You can't buy a Gatorade. You can't buy a Sundrop, Mountain Dew. You don't even care when it's lunchtime. I ain't bring no lunch. I can't get. You don't even care. Boy, ain't nothing worse than being at work, bro. Don't let you start work in the middle of the pay cycle. Like you get paid, like, let's say you get paid on Fridays and you start work on a Wednesday or Thursday. So you at work broke this week. Then you gotta go all next week just to get a 2-day paycheck. Lord Jesus. Lord, you be so stressed out. I get paid every 2 weeks. Yeah, I get paid every 2 weeks. So you start this job, you don't get paid for a whole month. Lord. Man, oh man. And don't do them like payday loans with them apps like I don't even know Albert and all them. Don't do them. Don't do them because you'll get. But don't do them payday loans. Do not do it. I did it one time. I did it for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Man, your paycheck come Friday, it'd be $12. It'd be $12. Don't do the payday loans. Just thug it out. Just wait the payday. Because them payday loans gonna handle you for real. But ain't nothing worse than being at work broke. You see, you get paid, you like, yeah, I'm good. You wake up early, you go to the gas station, you go to Bojangles, you know, you good, yeah. Boy, you gotta go to work, you ain't got no money. Shoot. You wake up just in time to make it to work on time. I clock it at 7 o'clock. I'm clocking at 6:59. Walk in the building, everybody, hey man, good morning. So being at work, bro, is miserable. I don't wish it on nobody.
Y'all, I am sick and tired of working. For those of you that work night shift, you know the hustle. Like, you know how it is. Like, that first day off is really not your first day off. Like, you sleeping all day. So it's really not off. Like, you can't do nothing. You can't go nowhere. You can't do anything. And I'm just to the point that I'm tired of going to work. Like, I got off around 7 something this morning, and I'm so exhausted right now. And honestly, that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to invest in some stocks and stuff like that, because I'm trying to be financially free, because going to these jobs is so ghetto. Like, I have no energy to do anything now that I'm off. Like, that first day off really ain't shit. Like, I sleep all day. I'm about to get in my bed now.
You ever sit here thinking, what the fuck am I doing wrong? I'm working my ass off and I'm still broke? Yeah, I've been there. I got fed up. So I said, fuck it, and I started looking for a better way. Something simple and something that actually works. Working harder isn't the answer. And most people aren't lazy. They're just trapped in a system that caps them. I didn't need another job. I needed a better model. And this shift, it's game changing. Comment, I need more info, and I'll send you the details.
Hi babes, welcome back to Broke and Unemployed. We recently just quit our job because we hated our life, and life is too short to not be doing what you love with it. So we're going to be talking about 3 things that you guys commented that I've either thought about or not thought about and will not be partaking in, and you will know why. Number 1 is pest control. I don't do bugs. I don't like bugs. I don't even like the thought of bugs. Okay, you will catch me running away from bugs, and that will be the only time that you ever catch me running is away from a bug. So, that's just, and the outside, there's a bug at my window. It heard me talking about them. Anyways, and the outside heat in Alabama is actually insane, and you have to spray around people's houses. It's just not for me. We're not doing it. So next, selling rugs. I have morals. Sometimes I wish I did not have morals because they'd be making bank. But I do have morals, so I cannot be selling rugs. So, next, working in a dental office. I've actually been doing that for the past 1.5 years. That's the job that I quit. Number 1, I don't like touching people. The amount of people that come in that do not take care of their mouth is actually insane. And somehow it ends up becoming your fault that they don't take care of their mouth, which is whatever. And the amount of drama that happens in a dental office. If I could have had the camera on me 24/7, you guys would have had a hoot and I would be viral every day. Let me just tell you, okay? So, if you guys have a job that you love, that you're making money doing, comment it down below so that we can make a video on it. So, bye, babes.
Broke but still working. How are we working but still broke? This is what I don't understand. You work every day, but you still struggling. You still checking your bank account. You still stressing about bills. That doesn't make sense to me. So I ask myself, what am I missing? That's when I realize this is not just about working hard. It's about learning new skills. That's why I started learning online. If you have asked yourself this, message me.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Or vibe coding meets drag and drop freedom. We'll see about that. All right, let me try to make up a site to sell some, like, theoretical kombucha. Make me a site.
As more and more full-time workers experience the pain of struggling to pay bills, we're seeing the rise in depression and a lot of mental health issues with a lot of people, because being able to not pay your bills while working a full-time job is probably the worst feeling that you can ever feel, because you're giving in all your time, you're doing all the work that you can, and at the end of the day, all your money goes towards bills because prices have risen way too high over the past few years. And it's absolutely insane that a lot of these companies have record profits and they're not giving back to the employees by having bigger raises. They're having the standard 1 to 2% annual raises, which doesn't even cover inflation. So a lot of the time, your value of your dollar is decreasing because you're not getting enough money to match the price increases that are going around us in 2026, especially groceries, rent, and gas prices.
Okay, I know I haven't posted on TikTok in literally almost a month now. It's something that like I'm really annoyed about because I was like trying to stay consistent. But I am now officially working 2 jobs. And the most fucking annoying part is I'm still broke. Like, I feel kind of like shit about myself right now because I basically started doing another job because I wanted to get out of debt. And this is the first month that I've like been doing these 2 jobs and I'm still broke. I ran out of all my makeup, like I haven't been able to buy any new clothes, like my nails have all like come off. I don't have any money to like replace them. And it's just like super, super demoralizing because I just don't see like a light at the end of the tunnel. I'm so exhausted. I'm working 6 days a week. My boss is super nice at my other job. So he said that I didn't have to work Sundays. Otherwise, I think I'd be working 7 days a week. And even though I really enjoy both my jobs, I feel like I haven't seen any of my friends in ages. Like I feel like I haven't had any chance to like have a social life or go out or do anything that like I want to do. I feel like I literally go to sleep and wake up and I'm still like I'm constantly working. Like I don't have any time to myself, which is super annoying because I really wanted to spend this year like really focusing on like TikTok and all that kind of thing. And I feel like that has kind of all slipped away because I am so anxious and stressed about money constantly. I work a full 9 to 5 and then 18 hours on top of that at my new pub job. And the fucking crazy thing is I am still broke. Like I am still absolutely broke. And I don't know how long I'm going to have to like keep breaking my back basically until I am like financially stable or don't feel like sick about money. What I really don't understand is like I think back in our parents' day and things like that, you could literally work a normal fucking job and you'd be able to afford a house and like be able to get by efficiently. And like now I'm working 2 jobs and I don't even feel like I can afford to get my fucking nails redone. Anyways, I just wanted to like come on here and say all of that because I feel like it's fine. Like I enjoy both my jobs. It's just like not having any time to yourself can just feel so exhausting and burn you out so badly. I also really want to like give myself that time back, or like I try to give myself time back to like post on TikTok and do things that I enjoy again because it brings you so much shame and like disappointment in yourself when you're not doing those things and not showing up for yourself. I've also recently gone on antidepressants and I think that has helped, but I think money stress and all that kind of thing really does just like make you feel terrible. I hope next month that I just feel like I'm actually making progress because this month has just felt very disappointing. And I also really want to get my nails redone and buy all my makeup back because that's all gone as well. But I promise I will start posting again and start posting story times and things like that because I do find that really fun and enjoyable, and I love all your comments and everybody reaching out to me and things like that. So I will try, I promise. I just wanted to like fill you in on my situation and why I haven't been posting.
Hello, everyone, and I just want to show everybody how much I've been working the past month. And actually, this is pretty much all the time, but I don't know. Let me know your thoughts. So this week, and I still have tomorrow, I'm at 57. The week before, 56. The week before that, 64. And the week before that, 76. And the week before that, 69. What do you think? This is what it is today. This is what people, middle-class people, have to do to survive. Insane.
If anybody was wondering what the downsides to working 7 days a week and why I would never recommend it as someone who does work 7 days a week, your health declines, okay? I just had to go and get an x-ray done on my kidney because I might have kidney stones, and I also have a severe migraine, and my migraine medicine isn't helping. And I think part of that is because I'm overworked and stressed, and also the financial stress that I'm under doesn't help either. So it's kind of a double hitter, really, because I would love not to work 7 days a week. I have been applying to several jobs to hopefully get out of the job I'm in so that way I don't have to work 7 days a week. But unfortunately, I have not gotten any of those jobs, and we are currently still working on that. But I also financially can't afford to not have 2 jobs and work 7 days a week right now, and plus dog sit on top of that, because I just financially cannot do that. So those are the downsides. Don't work 7 days a week if you don't have to, everybody, because it really does mess with your health. Like, I literally want to come home every day and just crash on my bed, and I can't do that because I have things to do. So yeah, if you don't have to work 7 days a week, I do not recommend it.
Does anybody else like have to work overtime in order to like survive? Because I pretty much have to work over to do the stuff that I need to do and still like pay the bills. Like, it's an every month situation to rob Peter to pay Paul with these bills and like regular life stuff. I'm not vacationing. I haven't bought a new pair of shoes in months. I haven't bought myself anything in months besides coffee and stuff like that. I'm buying regular food. You know, I'm not like, we haven't had no seafood, like nothing crazy. Like, we've been made, like, I don't know how much more to budget right now. Like, what is people doing for their budget? Like, how are you guys saving money? Like, the cost of everything is an arm and a leg. Right now, it's back to school. So you got supplies on top of clothes, book bags, all that stuff. Then it's football season, so football is expensive.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Okay, let me tell you. Here's 3 new AI-powered changes to the Monday platform in 2026 and what they actually mean. We all know we need to use AI, but we're still figuring out how. Well, Monday.com figured it out. Number 1, Monday Sidekick. It's like your own business consultant, but not like the one you pay hourly and that gives you generic advice. It has read every document, knows every project, budgets, timelines, everything. It answers any question about your business with infinite knowledge. Number 2, Monday Vibe. It's like having your own implementer 24/7 for free. It builds smart workflows with a single prompt. It makes adoption and onboarding
just everything. Just everything. Like, I want to know how can I use TikTok to make more money for regular stuff? Like, I don't want to be TikTok paid just so, oh, I want to go on vacation, I want to go do this. I want to be TikTok paid so I don't have to worry about bills. I want to be TikTok paid so when it comes time for football, I can just click everything, add it to my cart, and order it. Not, oh, well, wait till this. Let me finish paying off this Afterpay, and then I'll get this stuff situated. Like, what is happening here? Like, what is happening? Like, it's no way this is the same money people been making. Like, $20 is like $1. $1. It's like $1. I'm convinced $20 is like $1.
I hear a lot of people saying like, oh, I've done this and I've tried this and I've done it. You don't know real pain until you've worked as hard as you can and received nothing from it. You don't know what true, pain in the heart feels like when you've worked as hard as you can and not only haven't received anything, but if anything, it's nowhere near what you should have gotten from the amount of work that you put in. No one knows that feeling. Or there's a small few, and I'm talking about people that like genuinely put in all they could. Not the ones that say, oh yeah, I think I worked the hardest. I think I did my best. It doesn't matter what like you think. I'm talking like you undoubtedly did everything you possibly could to the maximum and did not get anything from it. That is true pain. That's real deal pain. You could feel it in the heart, to the chest, and there's nothing you could have done about it because you did everything. That's the fucked up part about it. Because like if you did a little bit and you didn't get it, it's like, okay, I could have just done this and I could have. But like when you did everything, bro, that's a completely different.
I just realized that I haven't done an advice from your big sister in a while. So pull up a seat, stay for a little while. Today's topic is, why are you slaving yourself for a company that really does not give a damn about you? I mean, think about it. I know you think that that's a pessimistic way of thinking. But really, in my mindset, I think do your job, do your requirements, get that bag, and go home. Nothing more, nothing less. You know why? These companies don't give a damn about us, okay? Like literally, they do not give a damn. You could get sick tomorrow. Tomorrow. And guess what? You're going to be replaced. Some companies might not be able to replace because they can't even replace the ones that have left. But you're going to be replaced. So I'm not talking about being lazy. Don't be lazy, okay? That's a whole nother ballgame. Don't be lazy. But what I'm saying is think smart, okay? These places don't give a damn about you. Therefore, you put in what you are required to put in. Nothing more. Nothing more. If you want to do a little less, that's on you, baby. And take the damn time off. Okay? Take the time off. You know why? This life is meant to live. It's not meant to slave away at a freaking company. Oh my God, I have to get my hours. I'm gonna get in trouble. Well, guess what? Guess what, baby? On your deathbed, when you're about to leave this earth, your final thoughts are not gonna be, damn, you know what? I wish I would have listened and I would have got those hours at work. That's nobody's thoughts, okay? But what your thoughts are going to be is, man, I got to see the world. I got to do the best things. I had like the best experiences and the best memories with the people I love. That's what life is about. Not slaving for a company that doesn't give a shit about you. And that's my advice for today. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Love you. Bye.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI
I think if you've been rich for a while or you're making multiple six figures for a while, I think you forget just how painful it is to be paycheck to paycheck or broke. And you've also never been paycheck to paycheck post-COVID. There's a very big difference between being paycheck to paycheck in 2005 compared to 2026. A lot of people are waking up in the morning to their alarm and their first thought isn't, ooh, I can't wait for coffee. It's what bills do I have today? I'm so stressed out. Let me check my banking app. I have to go to work. When they get in their car and they notice their car is on empty, it's not just a mild convenience that they have to stop. It is, I wasn't prepared to spend $40 today on gas. How am I going to afford this? Then they commute to work. They go up in the office and they find out that everyone's collecting a few dollars for Jenny's birthday party. And you're like, oh, I love Jenny. Let me give some money. Then your friends at lunch at work go, hey, do you want to go get a smoothie or go get a salad? And you want to go, but you can't get that moment of pleasure because you can't spend the $12 on the salad. So you have to just eat the granola bar alone at your work because you can't spend the money. Then you commute home stressed about your day, stop at the grocery store. You have to open up your banking app and you have to see how much money is left. So instead of walking in thinking about the smiles on your kid's face or your spouse's face of what you're going to make like someone with money does, you have to go through and bargain shop of what you can afford that day to make dinner so that you have to calculate the money, cash out, and then go home and make dinner. Then you're doing all your family stuff. You're still thinking about the bills. You're paying shit. Then you finally get in bed at 9 p.m. and you get a text message from your best friend in a group. Great news, girl. Throwing my 30th birthday in Fort Lauderdale in 2 months. Can't wait to see you. Instead of initially being like, oh my God, can't wait. You're looking like, what outfits am I going to get? What hotel are we staying in? Oh, I'm going to look at my flights. You're instantly, your stomach, your heart drops to your stomach because you can't afford to go. So now you have to try to figure out over the next 2 months, how do I save $1,000 to do this? Or do I put it on a credit card and screw myself over? Or do I have to walk with my tail between my legs as a 30-something person and say, I can't afford the $1,000? That is just one day. And I think people need to have a little bit more empathy. And before you say it, oh, if you don't make enough money, go do something else. This is the average American. These are people making $40,000 to $70,000. You can't just have everybody fucking quit their job. 150 million people who make that kind of money. This is what America costs now. And this is the psychological warfare that is happening. So we have to give people a little credit and a little empathy. that they are going through a very hard time and they're trying to figure it out, but they're doing their best.
So I've been seeing a lot of posts on TikTok on my For You page about like what everybody's spending their taxes on, and ain't nobody said nothing about getting life insurance. Now maybe these people are.
All right, so let's talk about this. A lot of people don't got life insurance. Look, I got life insurance locked in. I got that locked in. I got an investment account. I'm about to make sure I start up a 401k for, like, I have a 401k, but I'm not able to get into it. But I'm going to start up a 401k for my actual company. And also have a term life insurance policy as well. So I see this one. Right now I'm putting together a category for 2026. That's what I'm doing right now. So the worst ways people are spending their 2025 tax refunds. Listen, I map out everything that I'm going to spend. I write it down on paper, so that'll let me know where all the money is going to. Let's look into this. Let's look at it.
Already got it, but if y'all the ones who don't got no life insurance, take like $200 out y'all taxes, because I know y'all getting more than that, And y'all can pay your life insurance up for the whole year. You can pay your kids up for the whole year, and you can pay your own up for the whole. You can splurge a little on your taxes, but before you do all that, get some life insurance for you and your kids, and that way you don't gotta worry about it month to month.
Let me tell y'all what I used to do when I did get a tax refund, because I see a lot of people get tax refunds and they just blow through them in a couple of weeks to like a month. And then the next thing you know, they back at square one. So I used to take my refund and split it in 3. Okay. I used to do a third and put it in my savings account because I've always believed in putting money away for a rainy day. And then I took a third of it and I paid some kind of debt, whether it was, usually mine was credit card debt, right? And then a third went to me. Okay. I would leave it in my checking account, do some shopping I wanted to do, buy some shoes, a bag, things like that. Okay. So I did treat myself, but I just didn't blow it. And even when I get, say, a bonus from my job or something like that, a lump sum of extra money, I always split it in 3. Okay. So use that.
So what exactly should you do with your tax refund? Because a lot of people are getting refunds from their tax filings for 2025 year. And a lot of people think that this is free money, but this is actually money that you overpaid during 2025. But regardless, you're getting some money back. So people see it as a way, as a pretty much like a bonus. And a lot of people are splurging. They're using this to go on vacations, maybe buy a luxury item like a watch or some jewelry, or just treating yourself to a nice dinner. And if your refund was substantial, you could do maybe one of those, but you strongly should invest that money, put it in high yield savings to try and get ahead, or at least build up your emergency savings. And if you have all of that set, then you should splurge a little bit and treat yourselves. But for the majority of people, the cost of living is insane. Prices go up every single year and people are just struggling. So use this refund wisely. Use it and open up a high yield savings account with like Capital One or Ally Bank. You can get 3% interest on that money, and you just want to have your money grow for you. And you can just have that money sit for an emergency fund. And if you have a big enough emergency fund, next you want to open up a brokerage account and start investing in the stock market so you can grow your wealth over time. Let me know in the comments below what you're doing with your tax refund, and take a look at the rest of these clips.
I'm first gen, meaning I don't come from money. So for me, my most valuable asset when it comes to wealth building isn't money. It's not like I have a chunk of money to start with and build on. My most valuable asset is time. Every little step I take today will have the chance to compound over the course of years, even decades. Now that I'm a business owner, I owe money every April, but if I was getting a refund, I would split up that refund into 4 buckets. Say I'm getting $400 back. I'd spend the first $100 on something for myself to celebrate the fact that I'm getting a refund. The next 100 I would put toward any high interest debt, like credit card debt that I might have. The next 100 I would put into a high yield savings account. Every adult needs a high yield savings account. If you don't have one already, this is a good time to open one. And the last $100 I would invest.
One thing these people gonna get up here and do is try to tell you what you should do with your tax refund, and they're gonna do it every single year without fail. And if I'm keeping it real with you, they don't even want you to have a refund. But just in case you do, they're gonna suggest that you do these 3 things: pay down debt, invest it, and save it. Now, those are all great options. I stand beside them. But here's what we're doing with ours. Because we don't have any debt besides a mortgage, we're going to put the refund into a high yield savings account and use it as our travel fund for the entire year. We've actually been doing that for the last couple of years, and it makes things easier when it comes to traveling. You just go to this one account, and the money that's there, you use that and plan your travel. Now, somebody else might take the same refund and use it as their weekend money for the rest of the year, or 6 months of the year, depending on how much it is. Another person might take the refund and invest it in a certification or a class to increase their income. And somebody else might use it to fund a milestone experience with their family. The fact of the matter is, a tax refund might actually be considered extra money to some people. Let people live, because it is an opportunity to intentionally fund something in your life. And as your financial role model, I would just say make sure you're funding something meaningful and not something that you're not even going to remember.
this might be a hot take, and before I get started, I'll probably offend somebody, and I apologize from the bottom of my heart. However, with the economy and the way it's going right now, I just want to let y'all know that with that refund, that tax refund check, y'all should really think about paying y'all rent all the way up until the amount that you have. I know y'all want to go buy stupid stuff. I get it. But in this economy, I think the best choice to do with that money is to pay the rent for at least a couple months. If you getting a couple bands back, just pay the rent. Just pay the rent, stack the bread that you get from your 9 to 5 or whatever. But that's one of the heaviest bills that you may get for the entire year. And if you have a chance to minimize the pain of that bill, which is your rent, I would do it. Just pay the rent. Just pay it. I'm telling you, you ain't gonna miss it. You just got the money. You ain't gonna miss it too long. Just go ahead and pay it.
So I got my taxes done a few days ago, and I had asked last year around this time what you guys do with your tax return, because I'm just curious and just nosy what you do with your money. If you get anything back, some people don't get anything back. Some people owe, which would stink. I've never had that issue, and I hope to never have that issue, but I'm curious what you do with yours. I know some people said they use it towards debt, which I think is great. They use it for getting extra groceries, put it into a savings account, go on vacation, do a little shopping spree, put it into their kids' college fund. I am just so curious what you do with yours. So me personally, I use ours towards our family vacation in the summer, and whatever we have left over will be going towards our mortgage. So that is what I do with mine. I'm just curious what you guys do with yours. So please leave it down below and let me know what you're using your money for this year. I'm very curious to know, and I hope you have a great day, and I'll see you later. Bye.
Oh my gosh, I got money for my tax refund. I should immediately go ahead and pay off my credit card. Don't do it. Do not use your tax refund to pay off your credit card. Yeah, you heard me. Don't do it. I know it sounds like a good idea, but before you do it, I really need you to ask yourself some questions. First of all, what other things are happening in your life that need attention? In a given month, 30-day period, you're thinking about the fact that you want to be able to spend money, but you're also trying to save money. And you're always saying to yourself, I'd like to save money, but this happened. I'd like to save money, but this happened. I'd like to save money, but and things just keep happening to me, and it's never gonna work. That mentality is because there's nowhere for it to turn. You drain your savings every time you build it up. So how do you circumvent that? You plan ahead. You think ahead. Even if you feel like nothing's coming in the next 3 months, put money in your savings account. So when you have this tax fund and refund, do not think of it as extra money. Let's go have fun. Think about those places first. Do you have a savings account? Should you add more to it? The answer is yes. Are there things in your house, in your car, or whatever that you need to fix, get repaired, or replace? Put money into that. And then thirdly, then I would start thinking about putting extra money towards your credit card. But do not look at that tax refund and immediately say.
So today we finally got our tax refund, our $5,000. And I'm going to do a breakdown with y'all because I do not know what to do with the last $2,000, and I would love to get your insight. I'm really trying to be more financially responsible every time I get money and put it in the right spot. So drop your opinions down below. I love them. Okay, first up from the 5,000, 2,000 would go to savings. That would be left with 3,000. After that, I was thinking of putting 1,000 towards the cruise for 4 people for $1,000. Can't beat that. That would leave us with 2,000. Now, this is where I'm like, oh my God, what is the best decision? Pay off the daycare, pay off the car insurance, put that 2,000 towards my credit card of 5,800. Then that would go down to 3,800 left on that card. Which out of those 3 options would you pick? The daycare, the car insurance, or put it towards a credit card? Because I'm really stumped and I don't know what the best decision is. So I don't know. I would love to hear your ideas.
3 things that you should do with your tax refund. Number 1, create an emergency fund. That is the top of the list because emergencies happen all the time. And if you don't have money to cover that emergency, then you're going to go further into debt. So make sure you have an emergency fund. If you follow Dave Ramsey, you want to get at least 1,000 in there so that you can cover car repairs
or something that happens in your home that needs to be fixed. But make sure you have at least $1,000 in emergency savings. Technically, you're supposed to have 3 to 6 months of your salary in there, but that's a good starting point for emergency savings. Second, have it sent to savings and have it sit there until you figure out what to do with it. You can actually have your tax refund directly deposited into your savings account rather than your checking account. And when you have it into savings, you have it kind of like out of sight so that you don't hurry and rush and figure out how you're going to spend that. And so that it can give you time to be more mindful about it, so that when it does hit your savings, you won't know right away, but you can look in there and see, oh, okay, I have that there. And it can accrue interest too. I mean, it may not be a lot of interest, but that's something that you can do, is have it directly deposited into that savings account. Now, the third thing you'll want to do is pay off your debt. Interest rates are just keep going up and up and up and up. So what's going to happen is your credit card payments are going to go up and up and up, and any other loans that you have. So you want to make sure that you pay that debt down so you don't have to pay all that interest on top of paying the principal on your credit card or any loans that you do have. Go ahead and send me a message if you have any other questions on what to do with your refund or any other questions in regards to your taxes.
Now, it's a huge misconception that a tax refund is pretty much free money from the government. But that's not the case. You overpaid taxes during the 2025 tax year, and they're just giving you the money back. It's a refund. It's not a free money. So you pretty much gave the government a free loan during the year. But regardless, you're getting money back. People are getting their bank accounts, they're checking their bank accounts, they're seeing that they received money, and they're using that to splurge. That is something that you don't want to do. It's kind of dangerous because you kind of get in this spending habit. What you want to do is you want to save that money, pay off any debt. Debt should be the number one thing that the money is going towards. Next, building your emergency fund. And then, of course, investing in your future self by investing in the stock market to grow over time.
I have never received my tax return this fast. This is literally the first year where I received my tax refund, and it didn't even take a week for me to get a deposit in my account. I filed my taxes, y'all, on Thursday. Let me see what date that is. I filed my taxes, y'all, on January the 29th, Thursday. It is already February the 4th, and I've received my taxes. Is that crazy? Now, I will say that I still am waiting on my Maryland state taxes, so I'm not sure how long that's gonna take, but I'm just really so surprised. I've never received it this fast, and this is actually the highest amount I've ever received back while doing my taxes. And I don't know, here's what I will say. I know it's partially because I have a child. It's also because I have some tax savings, like when it comes to contributing to like my 401k and health savings account, I believe. I also was able to benefit from the overtime stuff. So it's a lot of different factors, but this is the highest I've ever gotten back. I'm happy.
It's officially tax season, and I'm going to remind you that getting a huge tax refund is not a good thing. I want to break this down as simple as I can, so I'm going to try to explain to you like I'm talking to a 5-year-old about taxes, okay? It's like if you were to go to the store, you bought something, you didn't like it, it didn't fit, so you go return it, they give you a refund. That was your money all along. Same exact thing over here. All it means is that you overpaid the IRS, so they're returning your money. That's been yours all year long. While this might be common sense and like, duh, it's not duh, because every single time that it's tax season, I always see people talking about their tax refund like it's a bonus, like the IRS just gifted them this money. And I'm like, it's been your money all along, dude. All along. You overpaid the IRS. You gave them an interest-free loan for an entire year, and they're just giving it back to you. Yes, there are things like child tax credit and all that stuff, but you don't want a huge tax refund. How you're going to adjust this as we're starting the new year, you're going to adjust your W-4. Talk to your HR person at your job, whoever's responsible for it. I think most people can do it on their own too, but adjust this as early as you can. You also don't want to owe them so much money, but you also don't want a huge tax refund. You kind of want to try to land in the middle as much as you can, but again, a huge tax refund is not a good thing.
Our tax refund this year is going to be $7,647. So it's my husband and I, we have 2 little kids. I'm a stay-at-home mom. Obviously, my husband paid in way too much in federal taxes this year. So we are getting back $7,647, and I'm going to tell you what we're going to do with that money. We use TaxSlayer. If you've never used it before, I really like it. It's different than TurboTax. Anyways, TaxSlayer. Like I said, $7,647. First, we are going to put $2,025 into savings, okay? That'll bring our total down to $5,622. And we are buying a new fridge. We've been wanting to buy a new fridge for 2 years since we moved into this house. So we are buying it, and it is $2,022. So that brings our total down to $3,600. The $3,600, and then we are going to put $1,000 into our kids' 529s, so $500 each. That brings our total down to $2,600. Then we are going to buy new tires for my husband's car. We think that's going to be about $1,000. It could be less, could be more, but about $1,000. So that brings our total down to $1,600. After the tires, we have $1,600 left. So then my husband and I are going to each get $500 to spend on whatever we want. He wants to upgrade his computer a little bit, get more RAM, whatever. I actually don't know exactly what I'm going to do with mine. I've been thinking about, like, what would I buy just for myself? Like, literally not thinking about anything else, not thinking about what my home needs or anything, like just for me. What would I buy? I don't know. So that might be another video. Okay. And then we'll have $600 left after that, because 500, 1,000, $600. So others, we've been talking about buying a new vacuum. I am going to renew our children's museum pass. So stuff like that. So I don't know exactly yet, but we'll have a little bit of money left, and then we can kind of think about other things that we might want to buy.
Tax refund money is one of the best times to level up financially, so I need you to promise me that you're going to have a plan for your money. So here's 5 ways you can spend your tax refund in a financially responsible way. Number 1 is very simple, but it's just to literally catch up on your finances. Overdue bills, credit card balances, debt over 7%. Pay it off. If you have deferred maintenance on your house, car, you need new brakes, new tires, just go get it done. The money will come back to you later. When it comes to money, budgeting, finance, you can really play defense or offense. And in this case, when you're catching up on everything, that's you playing defense, because you're not really going to get ahead. You're just trying to, catch up. And that leads me into point number 2, which is to play offense and get ahead. Some examples of exactly what that means are adding the money directly to your savings, adding it to your emergency fund, adding it to a specific sinking fund. Playing offense is also investing your money in the stock market, in crypto, setting it aside for a real estate investment, or just a down payment. Number 3 is put your money towards a hobby, a side hustle, or a passion. Adulting can be so dry, so boring, and not a lot of people put a lot of time, let alone money, into their passions, hobbies, or side hustles. And if you're into traveling and you've just been wanting to take a Europe trip, but you just haven't set aside the money to do so, use your tax refund money, because we need to pour into ourselves as adults, because life can get boring. Number 4 is to set all the money aside for Christmas gifts. I've heard of somebody doing this before, and I think it's absolutely genius, because imagine December rolls around and you already have your Christmas money just sitting in an HYSA ready for you. And my last idea is to use your refund to splurge. Go crazy, get whatever you want in a semi-financially responsible way. I know splurging is kind of frowned upon in the personal finance universe, but we're all human. We work so hard, and I think we should totally be able to enjoy our money. I would just make sure you give yourself some type of parameters so you're not feeling guilty at the end of it and like you should take everything back. But yeah, go crazy. Take the trip, buy the TV, buy the laptop, buy the fridge, buy the gym membership. I hope you guys found this helpful. I think it would be a lot of fun for me to do a video on how I spent my tax refund, if I get one. Anyways, I work full-time in finance. I love talking about money, and I'm on my journey to financial freedom. So be sure to follow for more.
Hello, Canadians. What did y'all do with y'all tax refunds? I'm nosy.
I'm nosy on this app. Y'all know I'm nosy, so I will ask, what do y'all do with y'all tax refunds? So I got a tax refund from the government of 4,300, and that's because, and usually I don't get this much in refunds, because when you make over like 60, 70K, you don't get this much, but it's because I was on EI last year for about 7, 8 months because I got laid off. So y'all know EI is like borderline poverty. Like, just being honest, like EI is like 55% of your income. So if you're making like 70K, you're on now getting like 40,000 for the year. So when you do your taxes, you're gonna get back a higher refund because you were seen as low income. So anyways, I was on low income last year, so I got a decent tax refund of 4,000. I just checked my account this morning. Listen, I always have a hunch when there's money in my account. I don't know. I think God told me to check my account because I checked my account this morning. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I saw my refunds in there. So 4,300 or something like that. So this is what I did with my money, because y'all know I'm responsible. I immediately, because I have 2 credit cards. So this is 4,300. I put 2,000 in my TFSA, which I use as an emergency fund. So I always keep a $10,000 emergency fund because I don't believe in living paycheck to paycheck, right? If there's an emergency with a car, if there's an emergency with whatever, you lose your job, you should always have a $10,000 emergency fund. So I took $2,000 from my tax refunds. I put it in my TFSA, right? Then I took the other 2,300 and I put it on my credit cards. And that's exactly what I did with my tax refund. So I didn't buy no Korean skincare. I didn't buy no wig. Tomorrow I'm going to go get my nails done because I need a fill. Like, honestly, when it hits, like, when I could see my cuticles, it's time for a fill. So I probably do like French tip or something. So I'm going to go get my nails done tomorrow for sure. But I didn't buy no wig. I didn't buy no makeup. I didn't do nothing. Other than get my nails done, I paid my bills because I had credit card debt. So I paid my credit cards and I put the other 2,000 in my TFSA so that when rent comes, I ain't living paycheck to paycheck. Now, I'm nosy and I'm asking y'all what y'all did with y'all tax refunds. Now, if y'all had some common sense, you would try to, if you got a decent refund of at least over $2,000, put at least $1,000 in a TFSA. Nobody should be living paycheck to paycheck. Or at least, if you live in paycheck to paycheck and the government gave you a refund, try to save half of that. Because times are hard. All right? Don't just go jump and go to Cuba or go to Bahamas or go to Jamaica or go to Mexico. And don't just grab 1,500 and go on a trip and you know rent is due next month.
Save money with Snapshot ProView. Instant savings on your commercial auto insurance and vehicle management tools at no extra cost.
Everybody talks about the trades, but no.
All right. Here we go. Here we go. This is something that needs to be talked about. Blue collar workers admitting their paychecks. Look, we need to stop speaking up on how much people make. That's something that needs to not go down. show you. Let's see what we got here. See what we got here, Fahim. Let's see what we got.
Nobody shows the numbers. So here's what I actually made last year as an IBEW union electrician.
For a living.
I do construction. I am a lagger and bracer.
And how much are you making in your role now?
About 20 to 21 an hour.
Dental hygienist for 16 years. I make between $69 and $72 an hour.
I'm a chef.
How much do you make?
$70,000.
Let's budget my husband's storm check. Let's answer the most commonly asked questions that I get on these types of videos. My husband is an apprentice lineman who is working to become a journeyman lineman.
For a living.
I'm a plumber.
Cool. How long have you been doing that?
Maybe about 4 years now.
4 years. And how much do you make?
Well, it's depending on the amount of work I do, but roughly between 90 and 110,000 a year.
Nice.
Yeah.
I worked for an average of $525 a day for 310 days straight.
So you telling me he worked 310 days? 310 days? It's only 365 days in the year.
Everybody talks about the trades, but nobody shows the numbers. So here's what I actually made last year as an IBEW union electrician. My base rate was $55 an hour. There was 25 to 40 hours of overtime available per week, paid at double time. My healthcare is covered, and retirement contributions are paid into on top of my check. Now let's talk real money. Last year, while working major infrastructure and data center projects, my gross income was over $240,000. My contractor put another $18,000 into my annuity. So if we're being honest, that's over $250,000 in total compensation. That's skilled trades money. So when people say, yeah, but you work with your hands. Yes, and my hands built a six-figure life that can support my beautiful family without having to struggle. Now let's compare that if you were to go to college. 4 years with no income, student loans, and an entry-level salary after graduation. Or you can start an apprenticeship at 18, get paid training, raises every year, no debt, and by 23, you could already be making journeyman wages. That's reality. Is it easy? No. Are there long days? Absolutely. This idea that the trades are a backup plan, that's outdated. The men and women building America are doing perfectly fine.
And I think that this is a viable opportunity that many people do not often talk about. The trades are a wonderful alternative to college, to university, especially if you know that school is something that you've always struggled with. You don't have many people involved in your life that have attended university, and so you have a lack of familiarity with it. This offers you the ability to accumulate wealth for your family without the debt that college is also associated with. This goes into the conversation about how much debt you accumulate, and after you leave school, the chances of you getting laid off being high in today's time, and having to deal with paying back all of those loans whilst not having a job. The trades is almost always there for you to engage in because there are always going to be more elevators needed to be installed, more buildings needed to be built, and more trucks needed to be driven. And so all of these different avenues of generating wealth are conversations that we need to have in order for us to build greater financial freedom.
For a living.
I do construction. I am a lagger and bracer.
And how much are you making in your role now?
About 20 to 21 an hour.
Dental hygienist for 16 years. I make between $69 and $72 an hour.
I'm a chef.
How much do you make?
$70,000.
I'm currently a personal trainer.
How much do you make in your role?
Yeah, so it kind of varies on how many clients I have at any given moment, but anywhere from like 48, 50K upwards of like 65.
I'm a general contractor.
How much are you currently making?
40 to 50 a year on average.
I am a nail tech / makeup artist.
Cool. How much do you make?
It varies each week since I work in a nail salon. It depends on how many clients, but I would say
Roughly 500 a week.
Been in for 18 years now, and if I remember correctly, it was about $13 an hour was my starting wage.
Do you know how much you're making now?
My current salary is $47 and...
In a fast-paced world, it's hard to keep up. Until now. Introducing T-Mobile Fiber Home Internet with the bandwidth and speeds you need to put you a step ahead. Get faster with T-Mobile Fiber, starting at just $55 a month with a 5-year price guarantee.
$0.50 an hour, I think. You get a raise every year in the union, so you lose track of the exact amount sometimes.
When I first started, it was 32. It was 32 as a first year, not knowing anything, not having any kind of experience. Now, when you first start, you make $39.23, and for me, as an 85% fifth year, I'm making $74.09.
Wow.
So like
that's your base rate.
That's my base rate. So my total package is $117.55 an hour.
I'm a union iron worker.
How much were you making when you started? Do you remember?
When I first started, I was making around 21. Now I'm in the range about in between $25, $30 an hour.
I do lashes and I do brows, waxing, bikini, lips, underarms, you know, all of it.
How much do you make doing what you do?
Daily, you can make from 500 to, 2,000.
In a day?
Yes.
I'm a journeyman lineman foreman out in Nevada for the IBEW.
How long have you been doing that?
A little over 40 years.
Do you remember how much you were making when you started versus now?
I do. I'm just kind of telling my age, I guess. I think I started at $7.95 as a groundman, and I make $68.49. I'm a crew lead foreman.
I'm a hairstylist.
Oh, cool. How long have you been doing that?
10 years.
How much do you make as a hairstylist?
Right now, $102,000.
And so, yes, many of these salaries can vary. There are multiple different kinds of trades that you can engage in. And as I noted with a previous video, it is all contingent upon where you work. If you are located in somewhere like California, chances are they're going to have to compensate you highly to accommodate for the high cost of living. But if you're in another state, if you're in another region that has a lower cost of living, that will not apply. And something that this union iron worker pointed out was that being a part of the union will absolutely increase your pay. The trades have a very long history with the union. They have a very long history fighting for workers' rights and increasing the amount that people are paid. And so if you are part of a union as a tradesman, naturally you will also be getting paid more. But frankly, I do think that regardless if you're just getting into the field, people who are in the trades deserve better pay because they are a part of the backbone of what makes America function, in particular because they're doing work that is very tough on their bodies, very tough on their joints, very tough on their limbs, and it could cause them to go to retirement early, not because they accumulated tons of wealth in the process, but rather because their bodies can go on no further. And so I say that to say, I think many people deserve to get a pay raise. Many people deserve to get paid more regardless of what position they work in, especially in today's America where things cost so much.
What do you do for a living?
I am a blue-collar worker. I am currently a mechanic.
Nice. How long have you been a mechanic?
2.5 years.
How'd you get into it? Did you go to trade school?
I did not. I actually went to college for criminology, but, COVID happened and it was tough even getting a job after that.
For sure. So you graduated with that degree and then pivoted?
Yes.
Did you get any college debt?
I did, but slowly but surely I'm getting it paid off.
Yeah, that blue collar work is going to help you pay it off. Speaking about money, how much are you making now?
I would say about 80,000 around there.
Nice. Do you feel well compensated, and are you part of a union?
I am part of a union. I truly do believe it is a good thing. And yes, I actually enjoy my job and I feel I am well compensated.
I love it. What's your favorite part of being in a union?
Wow, just the trust and the brotherhood that they have there. I love everybody there.
Last question. Any advice for others who are interested in becoming a mechanic? What would you share?
Just push it, keep on applying. Make sure you don't give up. It's actually tough. It took me about 3 attempts to actually get in. But, consistency is key.
And I'm going to do a separate video, particularly talking about the people who are in blue-collar work and are a part of unions and how much they get paid from being a part of them and the benefits associated with being a part of one. But it's very interesting how he has a story to tell. He initially went to college for criminology, a field which probably wouldn't have ended up making him as much pay as he is right now as a mechanic, especially since it was so impacted by COVID, so impacted by the pandemic at the time that he wasn't even able to possibly even complete school or find a job, even if he did get the degree. And so he had to make that proper transition to provide for himself into being a mechanic, in which now he is able to pay off those student loans for a degree that he doesn't even use, that is, if he got it at all. It just goes to show how trades can really be a very, very good means of creating wealth for yourself, means of creating riches, means of providing for your family, especially if you have, as he said, the dedication and consistency to get into them.
What do you do for a living in Fort Worth?
I am an assistant property manager for an apartment community.
What do you make?
$24 an hour plus commission.
What would you say comes in on a monthly basis?
$3,000 to $3,500.
Okay, very cool. Will, what do you do?
I work for the railroad.
The railroad, okay.
The railroad.
It's 1850. Wonderful.
Yeah, I'm not building the railroad. I just work on the cars, pretty much.
Yeah, we made the Chinese do that, so I didn't think it'd be you.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you make?
I make about $2,400.
You make less for the railroad?
Yes.
But what do you do? What's your job?
I'm a carman, mechanic.
What? They don't make...
They do. I pay child support.
Oh, so you're
That's
saying...
what I get.
What's your child support on a monthly basis?
$1,700.
Okay, that's pretty substantial. Wait, there's like a max child support in Texas. Wait, how many kids?
2.
There we go. That's why it's a little high.
Yeah.
Child support. So you went through a little divorce, a little touch of the divorce?
No, I've never been married.
Oh, a little touch of the
separation.
It's got to be down here somewhere. Oh, you found it. What a relief. Thanks, Gecko.
Well, Geico does all the hard work digging through policies to find the home insurance that's right for you. So it kind of makes sense that I'm good at this.
Anything else down there?
Nah, just this old crisp.
Oh, is that? Does that?
Yeah.
$1,700 for child support a month. Ooh, that'll make a brother cry at night. Do you understand? So I just wanted to showcase this video in order to provide you an example of how two individuals working inside of a household can really make it work for each other financially, especially if they're both bringing in a pretty decent income. And blue collar work certainly substantiates this. If he were not paying that child support, he'd be bringing in that $1,700 in addition to his $2,400, which would equal about $4,100. Divide that by 2, that's about $2,050 bi-weekly. And I think that blue-collar workers typically are paid on a week-by-week basis, and so he'd be accruing large sums of money consistently in that household, and that will only help them in terms of their finances and moving forward. And when you add that on top of the $24 an hour his woman makes, they're in a pretty decent position, especially if they don't have any debt, which albeit they are on Caleb Hammer's show, so they probably do, but they're in a decent position if they don't. And all of this can be accomplished through blue-collar work if you are willing to work the job.
Let's budget my husband's storm check. Let's answer the most commonly asked questions that I get on these types of videos. My husband is an apprentice lineman who is working to become a journeyman lineman. So go ahead and Google those terms so you can get more information. I like showing how easy and simple it is to budget. And it doesn't matter what your income box looks like. You have to show up for your money regardless, or else things won't change. Pay transparency is so important to us because my husband could have been making this money a long time had he known about this career. Gone are the days about not talking about our paychecks. So if you're looking for a new job or you're struggling to make ends meet, I'm so glad this video made it to your For You page, whether it's to remind you that you need to be better at budgeting or to show you a new career. But make no mistake, this job is not easy. And I know for a fact that half the men out there would not be able to survive a day at this job. Because my husband is on storm, his crew is currently working at 7 days a week, 16-hour days. Another shift that they also do is a 24-hour shift. Some men and wives don't think working this much is worth it, and honestly valid. But that's just what make linemen, I guess. They're just built different. Okay, my budgeting sluts, it's time to get our finances in check this year, so let's get on it, yeah? I'm gonna need you to lock it in right about now. As always, this template will be linked in my Etsy shop.
And as you can see, blue-collar workers like linemen do indeed get paid extravagant amounts. But What needs to be talked about is how often they have to work. A quick Google search will inform you that a storm check for a lineman refers to the high-earning temporary travel work, often called storm chasing, involved in restoring power after natural disasters. Linemen work extended hours, 16-hour days, at premium rates, often $100 an hour, to repair infrastructure, earning significant income. And so while the pay can be great, while the pay
All right, people. So I'm about to head on over to Kick. I'm about to head on over to Kick and see what's up over there. Cause there's other things I can't watch on YouTube, but I can watch it on Kick. So like, comment, subscribe to the channel. Peace.